Everyone here who needs to be? Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Very well, let's start. And Mr. Vajani, I think you are in the middle of your cross-examination.
Yes, Your
Mr. Gupta, can I remind you that, I can remind you you're still under oath to tell the truth from yesterday, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Vajani.
Mr. Gupta, morning.
Good morning.
Gupta, could you confirm that you are now alone in the room?
Yes, I'm alone in the room.
Thank you very much. Gupta, who prepared your witness statement, which is G6?
Sorry, come again.
Who prepared your witness statement, which is at the bundle G6?
Okay, so witness statements were prepared in discussion following my discussions with KBH, and it was like video calls. I had some video calls, telephone calls, and emails. Finally, it was me who has prepared it, but in discussion with the KBH.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta, I assume that you read all the documents prior to signing the same.
That's correct.
Mr. Gupta, have you found the document which you mentioned that you would trace for today?
Yes, I was able to trace it. If you go to I2451, I2451.
One moment.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta.
So go on to point number 3, where it says further the shareholders appoint the existing director, Mr. Parag Kumar Gupta, as its representative to sign and execute all documents in relation to the above mentioned borrowing on behalf of the shareholders.
Where was this meeting held, Mr. Gupta?
That was in VIL itself, Velocity Industries Limited office, where this meeting held.
And this meeting would show that all three of you were present, which is Mr. Gupta, Mr. Makijani, and Mrs. Devika Makijani.
That's correct.
On 19th of November 2017.
That's correct.
Right.
And in fact, if you'll see I2450, where this document was shared by the bank itself. It is the board resolution passed by VIL, and it was part of the bank's documents.
What was the purpose of 2450?
It was to just agree that we are selling our share, which is Velocity Ventures, as well as Umaku, and it was supposed to be given to the adequate funds that all the shareholders are agreeing to sell it. Plus setting it up Mr. Ravi and Mr. Vijay for the future to complete this transaction.
How did you give this document at 2450 to the bank?
Not me, but it would have been either Mr. Vijay or Mr. Ravi who would have submitted it. to the bank.
You just mentioned that it was part of the bank documentation, Mr. Gupta. I want you to clarify that how did you mention that it was part of the bank documentation?
When the bank submitted their documents as part of their witness statements, they have submitted this document as well as part of that. And when I was going through the document, I understood this document was with the bank earlier.
Could you reference me as to when and how the bank produced this document at 2450?
When they have submitted this document.
Yes, under what statement? How was this document brought to the court's record?
I will find it out. I will check and will get back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Gupta, whilst you may endeavor to find that out, I put to you that this was a document produced by you.
Okay, we'll get back to you when I'll check it.
Mr. Gupta, if you see the top of I-2450, it's exhibit PKG3.
That's correct.
And that is the exhibit that you marked within one of your witness statements.
Okay, we'll check that. As I said, one of the board resolutions I saw, and in one of the witness statements, I have mentioned that as well. And I need to find it out which witness statement I have said that, where bank was having the board resolution, they were on notice that we have sold our share, which is Velocity Ventures as well as Umaku.
Yes.
And I will try to find it out that document.
Mr. Gupta, may I request you when we take the next break, if you can find that and
Sure.
inform as to the statement that you are making, that bank was put to notice by these documents that you were selling the shares in Umaku and Velocity Ventures Limited.
Sure.
Thank you.
My lord, I hesitate to intervene briefly, but excuse me. There was in fact a request for information on this, and we covered this earlier in trial, and it raises questions of which parties disclosed which documents. I'm not entirely sure that's a fair question to ask of the witness, who is after all not part of the legal team at KBH. So I don't wish to preempt any answers, but I simply raise that I'm not sure it's an entirely fair question to ask of the witness when it raises questions about things like disclosure processes.
Well, surely it's fair to ask, but what inference I should draw if there's a failure to answer or inaccuracy in answer is to be taken account of in recognising the position of the witness.
I'm grateful, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordships. Mr. Gupta, may I now take you back to some portions which we discussed yesterday, beginning from the bundle H1 again.
Just give me a sec. What is the reference? H1.
1.
Yes.
You mentioned that Umaku was originally a company incorporated by you on 15th August 2013, and by the addendum, which is at H15, and H16, the Bansals exited.
That's correct.
What was the relationship between the Bansals and Velocity?
Nothing. At that point of time, there was no relationship. When we were setting it up, Umaku, So there was some investments proposals were there, and they were also wanted to put it up some investments, but later on for personal reasons they have just exited, and then it was left out only with Mr. Makhijani, Mrs. Makhijani and me.
Did the Bansals play any role subsequently in defendant number 1?
So, Mr. Ashok, Mr. Sanjay Bansal is a good friend of mine, very dear friend of mine. I know him from year 2000 again. So, yes, sometimes because of the common relationship, he might be playing some role, but not in any day-to-day operations or anything related to Velocity Industries.
Who is Ashok Bansal?
Ashok Bansal is again a common friend.
What role did he play in Velocity Industries Limited?
Nothing. He didn't play any role. Only when we were selling it out our share. So because of he was the common friend, we asked him to just negotiate on our behalf and do some mediation, because he was knowing Vijay and me and even Ravi. So we just asked to do some mediation.
What is the relationship between Abhinav Bansal, Sanjay Bansal and Ashok Bansal?
Abhinav Bansal is Mr. Ashok Bansal's son, and there is no relationship between Ashok Bansal and Sanjay Bansal.
Did you have any financial relationship with any of the 3 Bansals?
No financial relationship.
Did D1 have any financial relationship with any of the Bansals?
No financial relationship.
Is there any relationship between D6 and D8 and the Bansals?
No relationship.
No relation.
They also know them. It's a common friend circle, but there is no relationship.
Right. Mr. Gupta, may I request you to now take the I bundle, please?
Yeah, sure. Which number?
I-58.
I-58. Yes, I'm on I-58.
And if you go to internally at I-61,
Yes, I'm on I-61.
where the specimen signatures are stated,
Right.
is it correct that you are part of list A,
That's correct.
which means you are one of the key signatories to the bank account?
Yes.
And there is a separate list where there is another key signatory set, which is list B.
That's correct.
So list A consists of D4 and yourself, which is D7. And list B consists of D5 and D6.
That's correct.
If you go to I-73,
Yes, I'm on I-73.
This is a board resolution of 17th March 2014, if you're identifying the document correctly.
Yes.
Have you read the contents of this director's resolution?
Yes.
Could you confirm that all that is stated in this director's resolution is true?
That's true.
I don't know what you mean. What does that question mean?
No, he has to confirm that all that is stated, the facts that are stated in this director's resolution are true.
Which means you're talking about, just as a clarity, that Mr. Ravi and Mr. Vijay, directors acting jointly, be and are hereby authorized in the name of the or behalf of the company. Yes, as a board resolution, we have
Just
said.
before that also, that the terms of the transaction documents are be here and are hereby authorized and approved in the form of the copies produced at the meeting, subject to such amendments and alterations thereto as the authorized signatories may agree. Which means that at the board meeting, you had seen the draft of the facility agreement and the transaction documents.
Facility agreement in 2014. This is a 2014, March
Yes.
2014, right?
Yes.
That time the facility was just was granted, and in fact, if you see on the facility document also, we have signed that. So it is not only in the board resolution. So 2014 facility agreement, yes, we have signed it.
My points that I was making, Mr. Gupta, is that you had at all times read the transaction documents, first when it was approved at the board meeting and the second time when you signed it.
Which transaction documents you are talking about?
Pertaining to the 2014 facility.
Not the transaction documents, because it is just the facility was approved and it was started. The transactions would have started sometime in April or May only. So it is not the transactions related to the facility or the drawdowns. So this is, I don't remember which transactions documents we have seen that time, but yes, it was not, and I can't confirm.
May I request you to go back to I-73 and see paragraph number 2.
I-73.
Paragraph number 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you still want to maintain your stand that you did not review the documents described as transaction documents at the board meeting?
So my question is, what transaction document? The transaction documents could be different. So I'm not saying that we have not reviewed the transaction document, but what is the transaction document? It is not specific over here.
It is specific in paragraph 2 at I-73.
I'm reading that only. Can
Yes,
you please can you please take me into that?
Yeah, may I read that for you? Copies of the draft facilities agreement in relation to the facilities, the account pledge agreement, the conditional assignment of lease, master assignment agreement, and the asset pledge agreement, together described as transaction documents, have been tabled before the directors for review and approval.
Yes. So these were, that's correct. Mortgage document, agreements, and utilization requests, instruments, consent certificates. Yes, these were presented.
and the facilities agreement in relation to the facilities.
That's correct.
That is what I wanted you to confirm, whether you had read and reviewed at the board meeting. My question was very simple, that the facts stated in this board resolution are true.
Yes.
If we now go to I-1869.
Can you please repeat the reference number?
I-1869.
Yes, I'm on I-1869.
Sorry, my notes have a wrong reference. Just bear with me for a moment.
Yeah, sure.
So, Lordship, bear with me for a moment. My handwritten notes have a wrong reference number. Sorry, I-869. My apologies.
I-869. Yes, I'm on I-869.
This is the 2016 resolution.
That's correct.
Minutes of the meeting, at which time the 2016, the facilities of 2014 when amended were
Right.
approved.
Right.
This shows that you were present.
Yes.
And if you can confirm that the contents of this resolution are also true.
Yes, this is the minutes of the board resolution. Yes.
You confirm that you had at that stage also reviewed the amended and restated facility agreement as it's spelled out in the board resolution.
Yes.
Mr. Gupta, was Maku a Velocity Group company?
No. It was a separate, Umaku was set it up separately, where only three directors or three shareholders were there.
May I take you to I-867?
I-867.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this the board meeting of Umaku?
That's correct.
Why was Akash Garg, Group Finance Manager, present at this board meeting?
So he was just presenting it, helping us out in some of the board resolutions, and as an administrative work, he was helping us out and putting it up the board resolutions and all. But I don't exactly remember why he was there. But this was Akash Garg was helping us out, and Umaku was having their investment in Velocity Industries. So Velocity Industries, he was the group finance manager. So his title is not fully written over here. He was the group finance manager of only Velocity, not for Umaku. For Umaku, we never opened any account, bank account or anything. So yeah, we didn't need any finance manager.
If you turn to I-868,
I-868.
yes.
Yes, I'm on I-868.
This is a board resolution of Velocity Ventures Limited.
That's correct.
And Mr. Akash Garg is also present at this meeting.
Right. Well, I don't know. I can't confirm.
Yes. No, it's stated that he's present at this. I therefore put to you that Umaku, D2, D3, and D1 were all treated as companies within the same group, which is the Velocity Group.
I don't agree because Velocity Group was different. Yes, Umaku was one of the shareholders in Velocity Industries Limited. So if with that context you want to see, you want to put it up as a group company, I don't know. But yes, one of the shareholders. And I would say 29.4% shares were under Umaku.
Thank you. May I now request you to go to I-2402.
Yes, I'm on that.
This was also a meeting in relation to the facilities which were then continued in the year 2017.
That's correct.
Would you confirm that all that is stated in this resolution is true?
Yep. That's correct.
It is correct to state that on 14th November 2017, you had reviewed the draft of the facility agreement together with its schedules to be executed by and between Union Bank and D1 and the standard documents required to be executed for the facility, the execution of version of which has been reviewed.
So not the draft of the facility agreement. We have reviewed the sanction letter where the renewal letter was sent. We have reviewed that. So the facility letter I have just, as I mentioned earlier as well, I went into the VIL office where to sign my personal guarantee. There I have signed my personal guarantee, and I don't know about the facility agreement.
May I request you to read paragraph number 3 of I-2402. It is proposed that the company avail of the facility from Union Bank in the manner and on the terms and conditions in the sanction letter, comma, the facility agreement together with
Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. Which paragraph you are talking about? On which page?
3.
Sorry.
Paragraph number 3, unnumbered paragraph number 3.
Okay. As security for the repayment of the facility.
No, that you're reading, then you're skipping the top paragraph. That
Okay.
Then the paragraph above that, please.
Okay.
May I read it for you, Mr. Gupta?
Yes. No, I'm reading it out.
Thank you.
Yes. So it's, yes, I have read it. Sorry.
You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So this states that you had reviewed the terms and conditions in the sanction letter.
Mr. Vijani, it doesn't say that.
No,
So
it doesn't say that. Sorry. It was proposed. And it was proposed in that meeting. Sorry, please carry on.
It was proposed that the company avail of the facility from Union Bank in the manner and on the terms and conditions in the sanction letter, the facility agreement together with its schedules to be executed by and between the Union Bank and the company facility agreement and the standard documents required to be executed for the facility, the execution version of which has been reviewed by the authorized representatives.
That's right. So by the authorized representatives, which were Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi, who has signed on that document, who were supposed to review and sign that document.
Put to you that as far as authorized representative of D1 is concerned, that would include yourself.
So, again, I have mentioned it earlier. So facility agreement, we are not, I don't think we have any dispute about the facility agreement in 2017. We are saying facility agreement was signed November 2017 by the authorized representatives. So there is no such dispute. I don't think I have anywhere have disputed that.
Mr. Gupta, I am coming to the point of your knowledge of the terms and conditions of the facility agreement, that you were an authorized representative and you had reviewed the terms and conditions of the documents mentioned at paragraph number 2 or 3, whatever you may call it as a number, of I-2402, because Mr. Ravi Kuchimani and Mr. Parag Gupta are subsequently only described as authorized signatories and not as authorized representatives.
So we were we were the directors. So authorized representatives, if you see in one of the board resolutions, we have given the Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi as the authorized representatives of VIL, and they have signed the document and they have reviewed the terms and conditions.
May I request you to go to I-2403?
Yes.
The authority to sign the 2017 facilities were granted to yourself or to D5 individually and not to D4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4.
Can you please give me the paragraph where it was given
Paragraph.
the authority?
Paragraph number 6, I-2403.
And if we see point number 3, it says take any other acting necessary or desirable, including delegating any such actions in connection with the facilities or any transactions contemplated by the under any ancillary or related document. So over here we have excised our delegation, and there was one document in the resolution was passed where Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi were authorized to take all the actions on behalf of VIL.
Would you produce that resolution which is stated to have been passed in delegation after 14th of November 2017?
Just give me a sec. In fact, I2450, if we see, so para I2450, point number 4, where it says further the shareholders appoints the existing directors Mr. Vijay Kapoor and Mr. Ravi as its representative to sign and execute all documents in relation to the above mentioned transactions on the behalf of the shareholders. The transfer of shares will be executed only after receipt of full consideration.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that the above mentioned transaction, as far as I2450 is concerned, has nothing to do with the facility that was being granted by UBI.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Partially, because it has one of the condition of the sale agreement was the signing of the agreement, the facility agreement as well.
Would you elaborate?
So that is fine. Yes, it was more for the sale agreement. Yes.
It is only for the sale agreement of your shares, and it is a shareholders resolution and not a board resolution of VIL.
Yes.
And it is a shareholders resolution restricted to only 2 shareholders of VIL.
That's correct.
And this has no connection with the document at I2402.
Yes.
Thank you. Gupta,
Yes.
you have stated that you were not involved in the financial affairs of D1.
I stated I was not involved into the day-to-day operations of D1.
Is it correct to state that you were therefore involved in all the financial affairs of D1?
When we say financial affairs, what does it mean? Can you please clarify?
Mr. Gupta, all the financial affairs which relates to the day-to-day banking, the day-to-day transaction, the day-to-day funding, the day-to-day facilities that were obtained by D1.
No, I was not involved in any banking, day-to-day transactions, or so facility agreements. Again, as part of the board, I was signing and putting it up with the board resolutions, but in day-to-day operations, I was not involved.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that you were involved in the day-to-day finance management of D1, including its cash flows.
So as and when there was some shortage of funds were there or some requirement came up, so I was getting a call either from the group finance manager, which is Akash Garg, or Mr. Vijay, that we need some short-term funding. So that I was arranging it, but how those are getting utilized and how it was expenses are met, I was not part of it.
May I request you to first answer this question as yes or no?
Well, it's not really a question capable of being answered yes or no.
It cannot be.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that you were monitoring the day-to-day finance of D1 company.
No, I was not.
Gupta, maybe now go to the K bundle, please.
Yes, sure. Yes, please.
We will begin with K115.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'm on K115.
Is this an email addressed by you on 27th of May 2014?
That's correct.
And does it cover the topics business development, project cost, finance matters, and other matters?
So it was part of the board meeting which we attended. We all were there. So it is not put it up as a board resolution, but in this meeting, it was Mr. Vijay was there, Mr. Ravi was there, and I don't think Akash has joined by that time. And there was another accountant. And it was the initial phase of our setting up the factory where Ravi was setting it up the factory, building it up from the scratch, and Vijay was arranging the funds from the bank, and Ravi was creating bringing some business.
May I request you to now read the contents of this email?
Yes.
First is business develop. Please find below review meeting discussion points. We can agree the timeline with responsibility in tomorrow's meeting. 1. Business development. Scale up production and increase sales of multinationals. Identify various opportunities to increase the revenue. Develop e-brochure and Sanit brand with price list. Prepare costing for manufacturing Sanit brand samples. Finalize candidate for sales and marketing job and give offer by 30th June. Project cost, addition and deletion and scope of changes, list from Milind. Status of additional plant and machinery. Finalize project's total cost with certification by 30th June. Finance matters. Finalize Oman books of accounts by 2nd June. Company will start paying all personal loan installments from 1st June 2014. Finalize UAB net outstanding as at 31st May, by which these limits can be utilized by somebody else. prepare cash flow to identify the timelines when personal loans and additional contribution from investors can be paid back. Other matters, finalize monthly report from format by 2nd June, review meeting in the first week of every month, staff list with salary, ownership change in Velocity Impacts by 30th June, finalize shareholders agreement by 15th June, change of signatories in banks with immediate effects, replacements of Hassan Ali Abdullah checks to DIC and getting the check back from Star Modern, status of land 7,500 meters, ? Blocked with DIC, discussed and agreed. It is intact and lease payment is not yet started.
Yes.
So this not only concerns just an investor perspective, but it concerns all the day-to-day and basic affairs of D1 as well as the other Velocity Group companies like Velocity Impacts.
I will say no. This is more minutes of the meeting where we all were there. And as part of this, we were setting up some goals for the management who were running the show, which is Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi. We were setting it up some goals for them, what they need to produce and what they need to deliver to the directors.
Right. If you read below,
Yep.
the email was sent by Mr. Kapoor to Mr. Ravi.
Right.
And if Mr. Ravi was supposed to do all of this, why was he not marked on your email?
So I have not said Ravi was supposed to do. I have written because my relationship was with Mr. Vijay. That's why I have said I have sent this only to Mr. Vijay and asked that the responsibilities can be fixed in next day meeting. That who will deliver what. Like if finance matters would have been for sure to Vijay. Business related matters, Senate, factory operations would be to Ravi. So that was the discussion.
Right. And thereafter, if you see at the bottom on K117 bottom.
117.
Yes.
Yes.
You have responded to Ravi's email to say that you should be aligned.
Yes. Deliverables will be finalized in collaboration. The below is only a draft to be sure that I have not missed any significant point. Please let me know your views.
Yes. And this is an email that you are writing.
That's correct.
Explaining why you generated that other email on various points that you wanted to be updated on and the various points of D1 company and the Velocity Group.
No, this mail is because Ravi felt offended. Ravi thought why this email was sent only to Mr. Vijay and not to him, because he thought the deliverables, all deliverables are for him, which was not the case. So I just clarified to Ravi on this email that it is with the agreement collaboration with Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi, the deliverables will be agreed and timelines will be agreed.
Mr. Gupta, do you have investments in other Velocity Group companies?
No. This was the only investment I did in my entire career.
Which is in D1.
Which is in D1.
Why did your email talk of Velocity Impacts?
Because Velocity Impacts, initially Velocity Impacts was took some facility agreements. I don't remember what exactly was the context of that, but my understanding was some facility agreement was taken. Yes, if I remember correctly now, Velocity Industries have appointed Velocity Impacts for their sales agent. And that is how the Velocity Impacts name came up into the picture.
May I now request you to go to K123.
Yes.
Your Lordships, each of these dates would be very critical to be noted.
Right.
This is 22nd November 2014.
Yes.
Where an email is being sent by sunil@velocityglobal.in.
That's correct.
Addressed to you with a copy to Ravi and Vijay.
Right.
And it contained two attachments, which is draft financials as of 31st October of Velocity Industries and Velocity Impacts draft financials as of 31st October 2014.
Right.
If you go to K125,
Yes, I'm on K125.
payment to the subject is payment of Mahak AED so and so.
K125, payment of Mahak. Yes.
AED so and so.
Right.
Who is Mahak? What is Mahak?
It is Mahak Gulf General Trading LLC.
Whose company is that?
That is for D6.
It's D6 company.
That's correct. This is the one who has bought the Star Modern in 2013. This is the one who was involved in buying it from Oman.
And could you explain this email as to why Sunil Varghese was writing to you with a CC to Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Ravi Kuchimani with regards to some refund and some payment to Mashreq Bank EMI?
So what had happened is in 2013, when there was no when we bought this factory as a shareholders, Mahak and me, like as part of the Umaku, the facility was not approved by Union Bank or any of the bank at that time, and we were short of funds in 2013. Some of the personal loans, Mahak has taken some loans, and not Mahak, in fact, Mr. Rajendra Makhijani, which is D6, has taken some personal loans to fund the short-term requirement of Velocity Industries. And the agreement was that Velocity Industries will pay those installments on regular basis.
Is it not correct that UBI facility was sanctioned soon after the establishment of Velocity Industries Limited?
So that's, but we bought this factory in Oman sometime in July, August 2013 itself. And our equity was we have already paid our equity, but then the personal loans for the working capital, it was a short-term funding was required. And for almost 1 year, this factory was running in the name of Star Modern itself in Oman. So to just cover up that short-term capital, short-term working capital requirements, Mr. Rajendra Makhijani D6 have taken some personal loans.
As far as I remember what you mentioned yesterday and early today morning, Mr. Makhijani got involved only in November of 2013 when he invested in Umaku, and then Umaku invested in Velocity.
I need to check it up, but definitely he was part from the day one. And I said, in fact, I remember mentioning Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Raju, me. We all three together with Vijay went to Oman because Mr. Rajendra was part and parcel of this investment from the day one itself.
I will refresh your memory again of what you stated yesterday, is that Umaku was set up on 15th of August 2013. By November of 2013, the Bansals existed, which is 12th of November 2013. Bansals exited, and the Makhijanis stepped in. Your visit to the Oman factory had nothing to do with this position. I am only simply asking that, and soon thereafter, from January 2014 onwards, the UBI facilities were sanctioned, and by March 2014, the facility agreements were signed, and therefore, where was the need for these additional funds?
Okay. So Star Modern was bought in July 2013, and Mehak Gulf General Trading, if you see one of the contracts where Mehak has agreed to pay to Star Modern in Oman and the day this was bought, working capital requirement became the responsibility of Mehak, which is Mr. Rajendra Makhijani as such. And Mr. Rajendra Makhijani has set it up one agreement as a consulting agreement with Ravi also to just build up this factory. Once the VIL was set it up, which was sometime in February, March 2014, by that time only, this Mehak has handed over all their obligations and all the assets to VIL. And at that time, UBI has approved the loan as well.
Is it therefore correct to state that D4, D5, D6, D7, and D8 were at all times involved in taking over the business of Star Modern and the financial affairs thereafter?
Thereafter means, sorry, if you talk about till February, March 2014, yes, it was. From 2013, there was short-term capital requirement was there. As far as day-to-day running of the business was still with Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi, and Mr. Ravi more because he was based in Oman during that time.
Mr. Gupta, my question was very pointed. I am only talking of financial affairs. I did not talk of the business side at all. I would come to that separately.
Okay.
If required. I am only talking with regards to the financial affairs, and I will put my question to you again. That is it correct to say that D4, D5, D6, D7, and D8 were at all times, since the inception of takeover of Star Modern, involved in the financial affairs thereafter?
So again, my answer would be D8 was not part of it. D6, D7, D4, D5. And when you say financial affairs, it was the responsibility was to arrange the funds. As far as D6 and D7 was concerned, we were arranging the funds because we were the investors. D4 and D5, they were the signatories of the transactions. In the bank, we were not the signatories.
This morning,
So financial affairs, in my experience, financial affairs is a very broad term. So if you pinpoint a particular financial affair, so here financial affair, my understanding is it is arranging the funds. As an investor, we need to arrange the funds. That is what, yes, D6 and D7, we were doing that.
arranging the funds would mean by way of private sources and banking sources?
That's correct. Both.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta, this morning I showed to you I-58, and at I-61, I showed to you that you were a signatory. A moment ago, you mentioned that you were not a signatory of the bank account. Would you like to correct your statement?
So signatory, again, I talked about 2013 in Oman. In 2014, when this bank account was set it up, yes, we were the signatories.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta, may we now go to K127?
Sorry,
K127.
I'm on that.
This is dated 6th December
2014.
14.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And this email purports to establish that Mr. Kapoor was sending to you the projections of Velocity Industries. Mr. Vijay Kapoor was sending to you
That's
the
correct.
projections of Velocity Industries.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Gupta, thereafter, if you see that bottom, you forwarded that email to, on the same day, to Mr. Ashok Bansal and Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Mr. Makijani with a copy to D5 and D4.
That's correct.
And you state that, hello all, as discussed in the previous meeting, please find attached the volume projection of December 2014 to March 2015.
Right.
If the Bansals were not involved, why was this email forwarded to them?
As I said, they were the common friends. They were helping us out. They were the more having the business acumen, and I was more into the job. So I was taking their help.
Would that mean that you would disclose the business data of your company to third parties?
Not the third parties. They were the common friends.
They had exited Umaku in November 2013. If they wanted to be involved, they would have kept themselves involved through Umaku itself.
So that is what I did that time. But it is. Yeah, tell me.
No, I'm waiting for you to complete. Don't worry.
No. I made my point. I just answered your question.
No, I didn't want to interject in you completing the answer. I was just, waiting for you to complete. Mr. Gupta, at the earlier part of the day, you mentioned that the Bansals exited due to personal reasons.
That's correct.
And a year later, you are now sending them the projections of D1.
Yes.
If you now go to K129,
G.
K.
K129. Okay.
That's right.
Just give me a sec. There is some glitch. K127.
29.
29.
We were at 127. I'm just taking you a page below.
Just give me a sec. There is some glitch has happened in my laptop.
My lord, would it be all right if KBH's IT assistant went in to assist the witness with this glitch?
As far as I'm concerned, yes. Do you have any objection, Mr.?
If it's the IT team, I have no objection.
No. Mr. Gupta, if you'd like to knock on the door and
Yes.
see if someone can.
Yes, sure. Yeah, he's not. K129 you said, right?
Right.
Yes, open it. Done.
We'll wait for your guest to leave the room.
Yes, he has left.
Thank you. So this is an email which is generated from you on 27th of December 2014 with regard to a heading which is subject matter which is called as a business review meeting. And it states that, dear all, as discussed some time ago, Ashok Bhaiya is planning to come to Dubai from 11th to 13th January 2015. Sanjay would be in Dubai on 8th of January. We all need to meet on 11th to 12th January to go through the below items. Please keep your meetings and schedules accordingly, which will allow us to have focused discussion on these 2 days. Business development status and future plans, which would, I assume, involve day-to-day business. Working capital requirement, discussion and finalization. Project cost closure. Financials as at 31st December 2014. Agreement on monthly MIS template and circulation schedule. Product costing discussion, which also product costing would mean day-to-day business. Please feel free to add any other point for discussion. My question to you is, how are Mr. Ashok Bansal and Mr. Sanjay Bansal concerned with these internal affairs of VIL?
So when I said that one is they were the common friends, second is the short-term funding which we were arranging either from the bank or personal or the personal sources. So Mr. Sanjay Bansal definitely has invested some money during that time. Invested, sorry, not invested. He has loaned. He has given some loan for this short-term basis.
Loan to whom?
A loan to me personally and then I have invested it into I have put it up into the Velocity Industries. There was no direct loan to Velocity Industries.
Which would mean that the Bansals, through you, also played an active role in the financial affairs of D1.
Again, the question comes up, it's not the financial affairs. To bridge the gap of the short-term funding, they were arranging it because they are my friend, and even now they are my friend.
Mr. Gupta, a short while ago we agreed that financial affairs would include financial funding either through private sources or through banking sources.
Yes, so they were helping me and D6 both.
Affairs actively in D1.
So again, it was helping me and D6. Yes, both of them.
D6 as well.
Yes, because they are the common friends.
Right. If the loan was not directly given to D1 by the Bansals, why was their presence required and critical for a business review of D1?
Because they were aware that we have invested this money in D1, and as per the agreement, we were not able to return that money to them back. And the reason was we were giving that D1 is having some short-term funding requirement. That's why, and there's some projection plans are there. So they wanted to have a look. What are the projection plans as an as a loan? They have as a debtor. They just wanted to have a look.
Right. May we go to K130?
Again, there's some glitch. Now I need to just give me a sec.
Please.
This one window has opened up. Can you please? So,
If your lordships permit me, I switch off my camera to sip some water.
and it is very small. Okay, I'll just maximize this one. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Vijay, I'm back.
May I request you to go to K130?
Yes, I'm K130.
And the header of these emails, trail of emails, is monthly management report.
That's correct.
Gupta, would you admit that management reports are usually circulated within people who are in management of a company?
Not necessarily.
May I request you to see your first document here, which is an email generated by Mr. Kuchimani on 6th of January 2015. This was in response to your email as a trail, wherein you had said that the Bansals are arriving.
Right.
And you get an attachment from Mr. Ravi Kuchimani that team, please find monthly report for December 2014. We will fine tune as we go along.
Right.
Then on 11th of January 2015, there is another email which D5 circulates to all. Which is at the bottom.
Yes.
11th of January 2015.
That's
Dear
correct.
all, please find the presentation of the review meeting. Regards, Ravi.
Right.
Then on K131,
Yes.
sorry, may I just go back on that K130 because I just want you to identify one part of
Sure.
it. Is
Sure.
the last email address Pink Star?
Mm-hmm.
Is it correct to state that this is Mr. Makijani's email address?
That's correct.
Thank you. Because thus far his email address was being sent as rajumakijani@yahoo.com. This is the first time it appears at Pink Star.
I think Pink Star, he was using this email ID earlier.
It is his official email ID as onboarded on the bank's record.
Which was pinkstar@emirates.net. Yeah, this was the email ID he was using earlier.
That's it. And it appears that he continued to use it in 2015.
Right.
Now K131, you go to the middle. K131.
Yes.
If you go to the middle, you will see an email dated 14th of February 2015.
Right.
This also has a monthly report
Right.
to all of you with regards to the affairs of Velocity Industries.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you go down below, this was the monthly report of January. Now if you go down below, there is an email dated 22nd of March 2015.
Right.
This also has a monthly report of
February
2015.
Right. Right.
And then down below is another email dated 24th March 2015 at 12:10 a.m., which is addressed by yourself. And the text of it is on the next page, which is K132.
Right.
Where you have stated that, thanks Ravi, this month Diversity sales has reduced almost 150K from previous couple of months. Is there any particular reason? Because we were expecting an increase. Also, did we get an update from Saudi customer Dukan? As far as capital injection is concerned, let us discuss on Wednesday when you are back in town. Currently, this requirement is completed by utilizing additional working capital facilities from UAB and Habib Bank. We still have unutilized working capital which can be utilized if we need to order raw material for new products. Would you still want to maintain that you were not involved in the day-to-day financial affairs of D1?
Yes, I want to maintain. Again, financial affairs, if it is capital injection or setting up the goals for the sales, yes, we were doing it. And especially during this time, the projections which were presented to the board or in the review meetings, those were not meeting. And I was asked to just have a look what is the reason why we are not able to meet the revenue or the sales targets which were set it up as projected earlier. And that is how Ravi started distributing these monthly reports. And this monthly report was more about the sales only, no cost, nothing. It was that what is the projection. Saudi customer Dukan, sometime in October, November, it was confirmed that Dukan is more or less, the deal is sealed and we are going to have that customer. But till February, again March, this Dukan, nothing has happened. So that's the question we have asked. So this is still, I'm maintaining the same stand.
Were you at this stage not made available the facilities by the claimant?
By
the claimant?
At this stage, must be. Yes, it was available in February 2015, for sure. It was available March 2015.
Why was there then discussion for additional working capital facilities from other banks?
I don't remember what exactly was the why it was required, but there was either good possibility is UBI working capital facilities would have been fully utilized, maybe, but I don't remember exactly what was the why this mail was sent in 2015.
It is a mail which was generated by you, Mr. Gupta.
No, that is correct. I'm agreeing that I have generated this email in 2015. And so whether the reason was whether UBI facilities were fully utilized, and that's why UAB and Habib Bank came into the picture, I don't remember.
Right. Mr. Gupta, if you go down below, 24th April 2015.
Right.
This is an email from D5 to you with a copy to others.
Yes.
Dear all, attached, please find the monthly report for March. Regret delay. I will ensure you will receive on time for this month onwards.
Right.
You got a March report in April.
Right.
Then there is another email on 7th of May.
Right.
With regards to updating you on the Senate launch sales training.
Right.
Then on 8th of May, you have responded that to be great news. 9th of May, you get a report of April 2015.
Right.
In June 2015, you get the report of May 2015.
Right.
Covers pages K132 and K133. All the emails thereon that you were getting updated monthly reports month by month.
Right.
And they were known as the monthly management reports.
These were monthly management reports. Yes, that's
right. Then in July, overleaf at K134, you got a report. For June 2015.
Right.
Then you have an email of August 7, 2015 below. Where there is a report of July 2015.
Right.
Then in September 2015, you got the monthly management report of August.
Okay.
Likewise, there is an email of December where you got a monthly management report of November. And then bottom of K135. There is an email from you dated 30th of December 2015.
Right.
You've written it to the team, including the Bansals, where you were updating that. Thanks, Ravi, for summarizing the current position.
Right.
Due to bank credit facilities tightening, business has faced several working capital challenges, and to bridge the gap, AED 2.1 million plus temp funds are arranged since mid-October.
Right.
Our initial expectation was to repay these temp loans within 30 to 45 days. Raju Bhaiya, which I'm assuming is B6,
Right.
is trying to get personal loan from couple of banks by which these temp loan repayments can be managed within January. CFI credit facilities are the key and for sure needs to be enhanced as a matter of priority.
Right.
Dear all, it is time to meet to review 2015 and plan 2016 strategy. Let us meet in the last week of January 24-25 or alternatively suggest the convenient dates.
Right.
Is it correct to state that you were well aware of the financial conditions on a regular, rather a day-to-day basis of D1?
Not on day-to-day basis. As and when the monthly reports were submitted, these monthly reports were having the volume projection and how much sales were given for the next for the last month, and 3 months projection for the were there. And if we see in this mail, if we open it up maybe in November or October mail, it would be showing the projection is very high, that they are expecting a high sales, and to meet that sale, it was some working capital was required. Normally in the cycle, which was explained to me by Mr. Ravi and Vijay during our various meetings, it takes around 120 to 150 days from the raw material when it is ordered and by the time we get our money. So normally 120 to 150 days are taken. That is what is explained to me by Ravi and Mr. Vijay. And based on that, I have mentioned that 2.1 million temporary funds were arranged because UBI facilities were fully utilized, and that is here it is showing UBI facilities were fully utilized. And if you see in March 2016, UBI has enhanced the facility. From the earlier facility, it was 3.1 million. They have enhanced it to $5.5 million, if I remember correctly.
That's right. And that was sanctioned to you in 2016. Is that correct?
The 2016. That's sometime in February, March 2016. Yes.
To that, maybe go forward.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Vijani, how long are you likely to be in your cross-examination?
I think maybe substantial part of today, if your lordships, if the
Well,
answer.
hold on. I got a draft timetable at the beginning of this case, which said 1 hour for estimate for cross-examination of this witness by the claimants. What's happened?
If your lordships recollect, at the previous occasion, therefore, when we did not complete the other witnesses, we took this whole week in anticipation that we are going to take longer than we originally anticipated.
Longer than originally anticipated, yes, but not 1 day instead of 1 hour.
I apologize, Your Lordships, and in fact, at the original state, I was not consulted on to that position, but I'll try and accelerate as much as I can.
Are we going to finish this witness today? Probably not.
Certainly at my end, I would want to finish the cross-examination of this witness today.
I hope you'll finish before lunch. All right, let's take a 10-minute break now.
Very well, Your Lordship.
Thank you. Are we all here? Then please resume, Mr. Bajani.
Thank you, Your Lordships. Mr. Gupta, may I request you to now go to bundle K194.
Yes, I'm on K194.
This is one of the sample emails where you were kept informed about the cash flows of D1.
Okay.
It was addressed on 6th of July 2015, wherein your time was sought to discuss the cash flow of D1. At the bottom, on 9th July 2015, same page, K194. This is something which needs attention. I'll read it for you. It's an email generated by you to Akash with everybody else marked. It says, "Hi Akash, as discussed, please arrange below tasks first thing on Saturday morning around 9:30 to avoid any last minute rush. Lugani check, Bhaiya will sign," which I would assume it is Mr. Makijani. "Stamp and complete the paperwork for LBD. 2 checks, one from Launchpad and one from Velocity Impex. Launchpad, as we understand, is D5's company, and Velocity Impex is a group company of Velocity Group. Approximately AED 150,000 each without the beneficiary name. This is for any emergency if required to be discounted from outside. SGTF check and Launchpad LTR. Bhaiya will give duly signed papers which need to be deposited in UAB. These funds would be utilized for early retirement of LTR, which is due on 27th July, 445,000. Velocity Impact check is already being discounted, and Bhaiya will give a check in the name of Velocity Industries. If there is any challenge anywhere, let me or Raju Bhaiya know immediately. Parag.
Okay.
We go further down. 10th July. At 6:08 p.m. Where you have stated, Akash, as per the plan 1, LTR are doing the early settlement, point 3. Point 4, Bhaiya has already sent a check from approx AED 1,130K in the name of Velocity Industries. Mehak will receive credit approximately 140K for one more LBD, and that will also be transferred to Velocity Industries. Therefore, second LTR, which is due on 27th, needs to be taken care from Velocity. Let us discuss this in more detail tomorrow, and let me know when you are coming to office by which I can schedule the visit.
Right.
Cumulatively read, both these emails would clearly show that you were actively involved in the minute management of D1.
No. It is again arranging the short-term funds as and when it was required in Velocity Industries. So, or in D1. Yes, it was Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi both were reaching out to me, or D6.
And you are deciding with regards to how the checks of velocity impacts will be used.
Would be used. Sorry, I don't remember that. But yes, once Mehak, I said Mehak Gulf General Trading was also receiving some short-term loans, and that short-term loans, they were funding it to Velocity Industries to meet the working capital requirement.
May I take your attention to K195, item number 2?
Yes.
2 checks, one from so-and-so and one from Velocity Impacts without the beneficiary name. This is for any emergency if required to be discounted from outside. It's not mean that you were deciding how Velocity Impacts check or Launchpad check will be used.
No, I was not the deciding factor.
Very well. May I, in the interest of time, Lordships, I'll just skip forward and just show him all the documents because I have a lot to show him. So I'll keep going forward. Go to K213.
K
213. This is as of October 2015.
Yep.
If you see the email that D5 has addressed to yourself with copy to others.
Yep. Dear all. Yep.
Dear all. This is with regards to the entire reporting of the financial affairs, including the loan from the claimant. This also records that in principle UBI had in 2015 already extended and the new proposal was in discussion. Collect your old email where you said we need enhanced limits from UBI now.
Right.
And this means that all the minutest details with regards to the financial status of D1 go to your complete knowledge.
Again, not minute details. It talks about the short-term funding requirement, that how we need to scale up the sales. Short-term funding is required, and this email is about that. And I'm not denying in 2014, 2015, this was the state of affairs, because the UBI didn't, the facilities were not enhanced. So this was the state of affairs where we have arranged some short-term funds from various sources.
So, is it correct that you were arranging each of these short-term funds right from the inception of the project?
Short-term funds from the inception, me and D6, we both were arranging.
That's right. K214.
Sorry?
K214, please.
K214. Okay.
And these are a set of emails.
Yes. These are the set of emails where I have put it up, how much amount I have already invested as a short-term funds.
For
D1.
For D1. May I draw your attention to the first email itself?
Yep.
Table.
Yes.
And an entry which is the second and the third entry.
Right.
It says personal loan installment.
Right.
What is the need for D1 to take personal loan? So
personal loan in 2013 and 2014, Mehak Gulf General Trading or Mr. Raju Makhijani Rajendra Makhijani D6. They have taken the personal loan and monthly installments were supposed to be paid for that. And it was that was the installment which I have paid it.
Right. And which means that you were paying for some interest on temporary loans and you were bridging also funding for the loans of third parties who had taken loans at the inception of the project, as you say, and those installments were being paid by you.
That's correct. But paid, it was supposed to be paid by VIL as per the agreement, but VIL was going through some rough patches in 2014, 2015. That's why I have paid those because we didn't want to default on any of the personal installments which Mr. D6 was supposed to pay. So we didn't want any intention to go default. That's why I was making those payments.
Is it correct to state that you were at all times funding D1 whenever it needed funds?
Not all time. So me or D6.
Or
we both were funding it.
Very well. If we may now look at.
In fact, so let me correct myself. Even Vijay Kapoor was able to fund as and when it was required. He was able to fund it.
So that all defaults could be avoided.
Sorry?
So that all defaults could be avoided.
Which default?
You were funding so that you would avert defaults.
So personal loans installments, yes, I was putting it up instead of VIL, which is D1, making the payment. As per the agreement, they were supposed to make the payment to D6, by which he can make his commitment fulfilled to the other banks. But D1 was not able to do that. That's why I have pitched in and I have given that money to D6.
Is it correct that you were also paying some interest on behalf of D1?
On behalf of D1, that's 550,000 temporary loan which was arranged. Yes.
So if we go to the next email, which is as of 16th of November 2015.
Right.
Where you have again reported that these were the payments made by you through August, September and October of 2015.
Right.
And that includes RAK installment, which is, I'm assuming, another financial institution.
Right.
And that should not be a temp loan, as I would assume.
It was again the personal loan which Mr. Rajendra Makhijani has taken.
Then there are various other interests that you have paid. Then you have transferred to Lugano to cover the LBD payment, which would mean something in relation to the business.
I don't remember why I have transferred the funds to Lugano, but yes, I would have transferred. And
149,000.
149,500. Yes.
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 If you go overleaf 216.
Yep.
Once again, you have funded on behalf of VIL.
Yep.
And on 216 again, there is another email of 2015 where you have made these similar payments, including funding AED 50,000.
Right.
And each of these fundings are not small digit amounts, they all are 6-digit amounts cumulatively.
Sorry, come again.
Each of these fundings are not smaller amounts, they are cumulatively 6-digit amounts.
Right.
Thank you.
And these were the fundings which I said I was arranging from Mr. Ashok Bansal and Mr. Sanjay Bansal.
Right.
These were not my money only.
Very well. Now K218. K218.
Yep.
This is now January 2016.
Right.
Could you explain this email of yours, please?
Yeah. So I have arranged 150,000 again as a temp loan, because the explanation is the same. The working capital facility, which was supposed to happen in 2016 February March. The commitment was it will be given by UBI maybe in the fourth quarter of 2015, and as a result, all these short-term fundings were arranged.
Right. Thank you. If you now see your email at the bottom, 7th May 2016.
Right. Yep.
Where you have accounted for on 7th of May 2016 that the total financial outlay from 13th August 2015 right up to 30th of April 2016 from your end is to the tune of 654,000.
Correct.
Which would include some business related payments.
So these were not the business related, again short-term fundings which I was arranging it, whether it is a personal loan installments or it is temporary funds.
And these short-term funds were for the business of D1? At any given point of time, they were taken specifically for the business of D1?
Yes, it was taken for D1 only.
Thank you. Could you explain the entry transfer to Velocity account for utilization of UBI facility, 28th March 2016? A219.
I don't remember exactly, but it would have been some fee which UBI would have charged for the enhancement of facility, and at that time Velocity or D1 was not having enough funds, so I would have transferred. That is the only explanation I can give, but I don't remember exact.
Right.
With the date, I'm just interlinking two things, because 28th March 2016, when the enhancement of the facility happened in UBI.
Very good. If we now go to 223, K223.
Yes, I'm on 223.
Again, you are confirming that some funds were being covered up by Mr. Makijani.
Yes.
For funding tomorrow's installments.
That's correct. Again, the same installment, which is a short-term loan he has taken from the different banks.
If you go to K227.
K227.
Again on 10th of Jan, the same issue with regards to the non-availability of funds for RAK installment is flagged.
Yes, it's the same, where Akash is saying we do not have enough funds to proceed for RAK Bank's installment in this month as well.
Right.
Yep.
Is it correct to state that all along the facilities that were sanctioned by UBI were still available for D1?
I wouldn't be knowing that. That maybe answer need to come either from Mr. Vijay or Mr. Ravi. At least I'm not aware whether UBI has withdrawn any facility, but I don't know. That would be more Mr. Vijay, and Mr. Ravi can only confirm.
May I request you to go to H197?
H.
197.
Yes. I'm on that page. It's a facility renewal letter.
That's right, of 2016, March 2016.
Right.
And can I take you to the table which is projected there?
Right. Yep.
And if you can see the term loans that were sanctioned at that point of time was 1.60
Right.
billion USD.
Right.
And you proposed that the term loan be reduced to 1.36 billion million USD.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a term loan 2, which was 0.60 million USD,
Mm-hmm.
which was available to you, but was not availed by the company.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see, you then, in lieu of that term loan, took another enhanced term loan of 0.87, which is term loan 3. Which means the term loan number 1 was utilized only to the extent of 1.36, and the balance was then taken into term loan 3 as 0.87 because term loan 2 was never utilized despite the same being available.
I can't comment that, but my understanding after reading when you are taking me through this paper, it says term loan 1 existing is 1.6, proposed 1.36 because the term loan 1 was started on quarterly payments would have been started and the outstanding would have remained only 1.36. That could be the only I can interpret from this document, but I'm not the expert. Maybe Mr. Vijay or Mr. Ravi will be able to answer that question.
You signed this document at H202.
Okay. Yes, as a personal guarantor. Yep.
Mr. Gupta, you are a chartered accountant and a banker, and I put to you that you were well aware of what was going on.
What do you mean by that?
With the financial affairs of D1.
Again, I think I have answered this question many times.
Very well. Very well.
Mr. Vijani, if you're putting to the witness that he's aware of what's going on, as you put it, you've got to put something more specific than that.
Right. I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll just take
don't feel you have to, but if you're going to make anything of it, it's got to be more specific.
Very good. K229, if we may go.
H229.
K229.
K229. Okay. Yep.
Again, this is an email on 4th of February 2016 addressed to you.
Yeah, address to all. Vijay, Ravi,
That's
D.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
And this also talks of the entire utilization.
Right.
Could you explain the entry number 1, entry number 2, entry number 4, and entry number 5, and how you were concerned with the same?
Which one? Entry number 1 means Launchpad, Mehak Habib, Velocity
Velocity
Industries,
and Launchpad.
and Velocity Impacts and Launchpad. Again, short-term fundings.
These appear to be payments which were to be made in terms of the utilization of the amounts available with D1.
Please find that as the bank liabilities which is getting due in the current month.
Also mentioned below is the utilization of AED, that is rupees so and so, which is parked in Mr. Sanjay's account. And how were you concerned with the monies in Sanjay's account to be sent to these parties in this form?
Because Sanjay Bansal, it's the same Sanjay whom I have taken up some money on the short-term funding basis, and this mail is also February 2016 when when D1 was in the need of short-term fundings. But in March 2016, when the short-term funding or capital requirement was enhanced, after that this was not required.
Right. My question is, why was this reporting of these other entities, 7XF Velocity Industries, being done to you with regard to Mr. Sanjay's account when you are not concerned and these are not in relation to D1?
Okay, so Launchpad, we have seen in last time, Launchpad was one of the supplier to Velocity Industries. So if there's some funds were need to be paid to Launchpad and Velocity Industries was not able to pay that, so maybe this is one of the reasons, but I don't remember why it was reported. But as a chartered accountant, that's the only thing I can talk about.
Yeah, as a chartered accountant, may I request you to read the 4 words against first LBD from Habib. Habib, I would mean, is a lender bank.
No idea whether it was Habib, a lending bank, or no idea.
Mahak Habib Bank, next line.
Yep.
So now do you get an idea? Habib is a bank?
Yes. So Mehak Habib Bank, yes, 90,000. This will secure the coming 2 installments. So basically, again, it was a short-term funding where the installments were supposed to be paid by Mehak. So he's saying 90,000, which is coming, it will take care of those 2 installments. 7th and 8th, 7th and 10th. These were the dates every month that installments were supposed to pay. There were 3 loans, if I remember correctly, where the installments were getting paid.
And Velocity Impacts again is for Habib, and Launchpad is again for Habib.
Velocity Impacts was one of the sales agent for Velocity Industries. And if you see Velocity Impacts, the shareholders, who were the shareholders, it was part of the Velocity group itself.
Right. I'm glad you remembered it now. Launchpad.
No, sorry, but that time also I mentioned Velocity Impacts was the sales agent. I think I have mentioned that earlier as well.
Yes, I am only talking about you remembering about their shareholders.
Shareholders, I don't know. Sorry, I at this stage I take my words back. I don't know who were the shareholders of Velocity Impacts.
Very well, thank you. Is it correct to assume from this list that the facilities which were availed by various third parties were being paid by D1 or on account of D1?
Can you please repeat your question?
Yes. If what we read from the list provided, these are facilities which are availed by various third parties. If you see, Launchpad has taken an LBD from Habib, Mahek has Habib Bank installments, Velocity Industries has nothing as far as its utilization is concerned. Velocity Impex has to secure LBD which has been done from Habib, and Launchpad has again the LBD from Habib, which this would all mean that these were facilities availed by third parties which were being repaid by Sanjay's account and taken into account into D1.
So D1, all these facilities, short-term funds which were arranged were paid to D1, and D1 was committed to settle all these loans on monthly basis as an installment. So when you say that D1 was paying this, because it was a commitment which D1 has utilized these funds in its business.
Is there any document placed on record by you that D1 utilized these short-term loans?
So there's no document, because these short-term loans were in 2013, 2014. So I haven't produced anything.
Right. If you go to next page, K230.
Yep.
This is a email from Akash to you, where he has reported to you the final utilization of UTR from the claimant.
Right.
And it's the final flowchart of the LTR which the claimant had granted.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. If you go to K233.
I think you would have seen my mail below also, which is February 8, 2016, on the reply of Akash's mail.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, fine. Just want to put it up on record. That I wanted to know how the funds, the receipts and payments have been utilized, because I was expecting like UBI facilities will unlock whatever the funds we have paid short-term basis, it will unlock.
Yes. And you have also stated, please include all monies received from various channels and how it was utilized.
That's correct.
That's right. Let's go to K233.
Yes, I'm on K233.
Could you explain this email which you received from Mr. Makijani?
I don't remember. It just says, let me know how to go further.
And you have a phone with you?
Sorry?
You have a phone with you?
Yes, I have.
Could you switch that off, please? You are on oath.
No, I'm not.
It was ringing, so may I request you to switch it off?
Okay.
Put it on silent at least.
It is on silent only. It is on silent.
Thank you.
Phone is on silent. So it was not ringing, it was vibrating.
I see, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just put it up on the silent mode. Yes.
Yes. So, sorry, coming back to my question, could you explain K233 and what is the UAB letter?
No idea.
K234.
K234. Okay.
Makijani is saying he's getting some threatening calls from UAB to pay upfront and submit 9 checks.
Yep. Because UAB was one of the short-term loans he has taken, and the installments were not paid on time. So that's why he was receiving. So they wanted to settle the loan.
Okay. Similarly, is the situation at RAC Bank?
No.
K235?
Which one? Sorry.
K235?
K235.
Where you are reporting that the Mashreq Bank installment has
These were the outstanding. Yep.
interest rate, and
Yep.
you had full and complete details thereof.
That's correct. So balance installments, how many balance installments are there from Mashreq Bank, RAC Bank, Emirates Money and ADCB? Yep.
Right.
These were the banks where the short-term loan was taken
Right.
by
Now,
Mr. Makijani.
correct. I am assuming the discussion is with regards to some 4 banks where these loans were floating from.
Mashreq, RAC Bank, Emirates Money, ADCB and UAB.
Very well. K235. Bottom, there's an email of 14th March 2016 addressed by you.
Yep.
Where you have written to all of them, and your email reads, "Hello Raju Bhaiya, as discussed, I will arrange the payment to cover tomorrow's installment. Dear all, please think the permanent solution for liquidity crunch. Business is facing more than 6 months now. I have already arranged more than 81.1 million from various sources and have exhausted all my resources and will not be able to arrange any funds in future. As you all know, these funds are arranged for a very short period and I am getting continuous pressure to return the funds. In fact, one of the payment, AED 150,000, which was arranged on 23rd December 2015 for 3 months, is due for payment in the next week and has to be repaid. Sanjay has arranged more than AED 1.4 million in the past 6 months period. And again, these were arranged to fill the short-term liquidity gap. Vijay has also arranged funds, ? From the market to fill short-term liquidity gap. Even after arranging these funds from various sources, as I understand, we still have overdue payables and having difficulty in getting material from the suppliers. We need to quickly meet to agree the way forward. As far as bank facilities are concerned, Vijay is still trying and hopeful to get the approval within this week. Ashok Bhaiya, in our last meeting, you said you will be able to arrange some funds. Please let me know the possibility.
Right.
So,
right.
This email would clearly show that you were completely abreast of and well aware of the financial conditions of D1 right up to March 2016 at least.
So financial condition, it was under the stress. Liquidity position was not. They required short-term funding. Working capital was not enhanced by UBI, and which was supposed to be done in Q4 2015 based on the volume which VIL or D1 was producing. But when the working capital was not enhanced, we have arranged all these funds to just continue and buy the material during that time. And in February 2015, February 2016 or March 2016, when UBI enhanced the facility, then only all these working capital requirements were fulfilled.
Right. Likewise, is a series of emails even after the facility agreement was signed, and that's at the bottom for March 2016. If we can go to K240.
Just give me a sec. Yeah.
Right. Now, this is May 2016, much after the UBI enhanced facilities
Right.
were in place.
Mhm. So the payment was supposed to be done by Velocity Industries. It is the same check, ADCB and UAB. Once the enhanced facility came up, it was paid to all these short-term fundings. So when it was exactly paid, I don't remember, but it was paid once the enhanced facility was available.
If you read the email which is being addressed at 2:40 by Mr. Makijani, he says, "Dear all, Emirates money installment is due on 7th and ADCB on 10th. We have to arrange funds early morning to avoid check return. Please make some payment to Mashrak also to hold them few days to take any legal action."
Right.
This is almost 2 months after the UBI approved the sanction in March 2016.
I don't think it is almost after 2 months, but again, the funds were not released from D1 to Mr. Makijani. That's why these installments were supposed to be paid. Even the sanction would have, the renewal would have done late March 2016, but I don't know when the utilization happened, and that utilization, again, you can ask Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi when the utilization happened for the renewed facilities.
May I request you to then see the email on K241?
Yep.
This is an email from you on 9th of May 2016.
That's correct.
Appears to be in response to the earlier email of Mr. Makijani,
Right.
which was at 2:40. And it
Right.
reads, Talal UAB RM, which is UAB Bank Relationship Manager,
That's
called
correct.
me today again and asked to settle the bank outstanding immediately to avoid any legal implication against Mohawk Gulf. He said that as per previous commitment, we were supposed to deposit AED 250,000 in the last week of April. However, we deposited AED 106,000. Now he can't hold this case any longer with him and has to transfer the collection or case to collection. I have requested him to give us time till Tuesday, which he has agreed with reluctance. However, he said this is the last opportunity, need to tackle this situation to avoid any legal implication against Mohawk Gulf. I think we deposit another 150,000 or to 200,000. We can buy another 3 to 4 weeks. Please note, it is only an assumption.
Right.
Which means, once again, you are very clear of what was the financial condition, what was the financial availability, and how the funds of D1 being utilized and moved.
No. This is again, I'm referring to, there was short-term loans were taken from UAB. There was some commitment was done where those funds were utilized in Velocity Industries itself. Once it is utilized, Velocity Industries have confirmed, has given the commitment. All those commitments will be fulfilled by Velocity Industries. During this time, again, there was a settlement that happened with the United Arab Bank, and United Arab Bank said, you deposit 250,000, give us some checks and post-dated checks, and then it will be settled.
And
So
I'm
Velocity
assuming the settlement happened at your instance.
Sorry?
I'm assuming that this settlement happened at your instance.
At my instance means?
You were involved in the settlement process.
No, it was Mehak who was discussing it with directly with Mr. Rajendra Makhijani, because he has taken these loans. So he was the one who was discussing with UAB. But somehow Talal, being in the banking industry and one of the RMs over there, so one time Mr. Rajendra Makhijani gave him my number as well. So when I was speaking to him, this is what it transferred.
Very well. We can now go to June of 2016, which is at K252.
Yep.
This is a sample email where you're getting emails from
K242.
252.
252.
Where there is a reminder with regard to some AED 15,000 from some Samrodil General Trading FZE. This is from Komal Saini, manager accounts, to yourself. And there is a reminder thereafter to you with regards to the same payment. And then on June 2016 at 253 bottom, you were asked by Mr. Vijay Kapoor, Parag, what is to be done here? There seems to be no end in sight. We need to call them to our office, both Lalit and wife, and get commitment. We cannot drag this out forever. UAB was supposed to have been paid out from this. Please speak to Sanjay and bridge the gap so that you can pay him as soon as you get the money from them. Please advise. And then you respond to that in June of 2016. Again, let me check and we will get a firm commitment. You are right. This matter is really dragged and needs closure. As far as UAB payment is concerned, as planned, 185,000 is already paid from this amount. And now we need to give 7 PDCs of 31,000 each starting mid-July. Please refer to my other email for utilization of 500,000.
Right.
So isn't all this clear and leading to a situation that you were deciding how the funds of D1 would be utilized from time to time?
No, short-term funds which I have arranged or D6 has arranged, all those short-term funds, I was asking Mr. Vijay and with the finance department, which is Akash and Komal, that how it will be paid, those short-term funds, and this is how the suggestions were coming up.
Who is Samrodil?
One of the suppliers, I believe. Lalit Podar and Kanika Podar, they were one of the suppliers.
And you were dealing with the suppliers?
No, I was not dealing with them. They were our common friends.
K274.
Sorry?
K274.
K274.
K274. This is an email of 27 September 2016.
K.
K. We are on K bundle, Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, just give me a sec. I don't think K274. Yeah, got it. Yes.
Commission, can I just skim through these emails rather than now ask each of them separately?
Yes, but as long as you put the point you want to put.
That's right.
You don't need to read each one out.
Yes, I will only go to those pointers, but I want to show cumulatively that this situation of financial management by Mr. Gupta continued through and through. So K274,
Yeah.
with regards to some LBD checks dated 27 September 2016.
So, Raj, K274.
Yes.
We both are seeing the same email.
Yes.
Mr. Rajendra has written this mail.
Yes, with regards to the LBD checks.
That's correct.
Correct. Then we can go straight to K342. Just alert me where you want to read the email. Otherwise, you can skim through it. I can pause. But in the interest of time, I don't want to, read each email or bring the point out through each email.
K342, was it?
Yeah, 342, Your Lordships. That is dated 22nd of December 2016.
Right.
K343, which is with regards to Mahak again, which is 26th of December 2016.
Okay.
Then there is an email from you, which is at the bottom of 343, where you are reporting how the cash movement is happening in D1.
What is the date of this email?
That date is not here. It's a trail to the December 2016.
Okay.
Then
Fine.
you have a Mashnak installment email of January 23rd, January 2017, which is at 344.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Then you have an email of January 2017, again 29 January 2017 at K345.
Which is again Mr. Rajendra's mail for Mashtek installment. Yes. Okay.
So this is, we have come up to now January 2017.
Right.
I'm going to skip a few documents in the middle and go forward.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if you go to April 2017, which is K354.
Yes, I'm on K354.
There's an email that you have addressed
Right.
on 5th of April.
Right.
Now, this email has a background genesis to it. Would you like to explain the same, or shall I question you on it?
First, you'll explain.
Yes. Then we go back to K353.
Yep.
This is an email which is being written by only Mr. Ashok Bansal
Mm-hmm.
on 19th of March 2017 to D4.
Mm-hmm.
And he states, after discussions with other partners, the following suggestions please consider. Total investment of the partners' accounts is 8 million AED
Mm-hmm.
with ROI, without ROI. With ROI, 10% for 4 years on capital in AED so and so. Velocity will continue to pay the remaining installments of Mashreq Bank. Transfer of sponsorship will be after 100% payments. Introduction of board members can be accepted after 60% payment.
Mm-hmm.
Milestone and payment plan, the first business. And there are various other commercial terms which are discussed over there. Okay. And there is item number 14 over there, which says statements will be sent to you within a day or two. Once again, I request you to consider the above points and finalize the term sheet. So this is an email which is generated at the instance of your friend, Mr. Ashok Bansal, to D4.
Mm-hmm.
And to which in March...
Just a correction. Common friend, which is Mr. Vijay, was also the friend of Mr. Ashok Bansal, and Ashok Bansal was helping us out to just as a common person to exit from this facility, from this D1.
Right. Now, in March of 2017, again, Mr. Vijay Kapoor writes to you that I think this is not going forward. I should not going to work. I should forget about it.
Right.
Then you react to say, let us discuss with Ashok Bhaiya.
Mhm.
And then you come up with a detailed email with on the background of those other emails on 5th of April 2017.
Right.
Yes. And then we go forward.
Mhm.
At K356,
Mhm.
you have an email dated 30th July 2017,
Mhm.
which states that you have sent some MOU
Mhm.
to Mr. Vijay.
Mhm.
And the MOU down there at K357 on top is an MOU to transfer Umaku to the prospective buyer.
Right. Right. So so just can I clarify a little bit about this mail?
Please.
So in March 2017, D4 has brought another investor who was interested to buy this our shares, which is in Umaku, and it was the negotiation. We were because we were the common friend with Ashok Bansal. We were using Ashok Bansal to negotiate on our behalf. And this is the mail, that's why Ashok Bansal has created that, okay, if in March 2017, if you want to sell it up, this is what is required. What the responsibilities would be Velocity Industries, which is D1. What would be the responsibilities of Umaku, which is the exiting shareholders. But this deal didn't happen. It didn't go through.
This was with who?
I don't remember on top of my mind, but we'll be able to find it out if required.
Right. Then, Gupta, if we can go to K363.
Sorry?
K363.
K363. Yes.
364.
364. Okay.
Each of them again deal with the bridging the gaps.
Same Mashreq Bank's installments.
That's right.
It was continuing. It was continuing. It was not fully paid. So it was continuing Mashreq Bank installments. The loan which was taken in 2013-2014. It was a 3 years loan.
Yes, and that I think continued right up to 2000 and May 2017. Then again in June 2017, K375.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's the same.
Right. Now, if you see K376.
Yes.
Dear Vijay and Ravi, this is email by Sanjay Bansal, your friend of common friend.
Common friend. Yeah. Okay.
And I am really under too much pressure and facing acute cash crunch. The loan from the market is also asking for repayment. After my repeated promise to them and always failed to make it now, they are not ready to extend the term. All my reputation is at stake and my name is spoiling in the market. I have to repay the loan, request you to come forward and arrange the funds to clear the outstandings. Also, in the meantime, monthly interest is becoming too much load on me. Please arrange to pay 14 months interest of rupees 42 lakh, which I have been paying from my pocket, and also next due interest for July month, awaiting early response and cash to clear the outstandings. This
Right.
was to you as well, or to your new address here now, which is since 2000, end of 2016, called Trendy Boy.
It's the same P4 group. It's
That's
the same. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. P4 group at yahoo.com.
Email was marked to you,
Right.
and you were well aware. And this email indicates that a third party, Sanjay Bansal, who was out of the company way back in 2013, continues to now say that I am putting hand in my pocket in 2017 to deal with the liabilities of D1.
So, Mr. Vajani, I have already told in this witness, not in the witness statement, during my statements, Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Ashok Bansal were bridging the gap of the short-term loans from 2013, even 14 or 15, and those short-term loans were with the commitment, these were getting repaid. As if it is 3 months or 6 months they are taking, it was getting repaid, and again some cash crunch comes up. So again they were asking funds, which is D1, and Sanjay Bansal was arranging it.
Right. And there are further emails in this bundle, which is K378, K381,
K378
and K381.
Okay.
Which deal with the same situation.
Right. The situation was same, yes.
With regards to the payment.
That's correct. Because in March 2017,
Aware of these affairs at every given point of time.
So
Mr.
March 2017, in March 2017, when this was already been agreed that we want to exit our shareholding. So if you see that in March that an investor came on board and some deals was getting signed. Out of that 8.2 million, which we have invested, the deal was it will be paid to us, and all these loans, short-term loans, which were paid by either Sanjay or by Ashok or by myself, everything will be repaid out of that sale proceeds.
That's right. Okay. Mr. Gupta,
and actually it happened when the sale proceeds came up in November 2017 when we exited, or the sale proceeds come up in the first quarter of 2018. We actually paid up all these short-term loans, whoever was investing it. We have just repaid all those monies. There was a loss. Obviously, we made some loss, but the main point was Mr. Rajendra Makhijani have moved out of Dubai, and my employment was getting completed with Emirates NBD. That's why we wanted to come out of this investment. And once we got our money, we repaid all these short-term loans, and after that, there is no installment or anything was paid by VIL or D1.
right. Mr. Gupta, you're well aware that every time the renewal or the continuation of the facilities occurred, you were supposed to provide certain documentation to the claimant, including your net worth certificates.
That's correct.
Did you provide, and basis those net worth certificates, the credibility or the limits which could be sanctioned depending on the net worths of the personal guarantors, corporate guarantors, the credit limits would be approved by the bank or sanctioned. Is that correct?
Yeah, they look who are the investors, who are the shareholders. Yes, that is looked into it.
Correct. Now, is it correct to state that you had from time to time provided your net worth certificates to the bank?
Yes, 2 or 3 times I have provided. Yes.
May I take you to K346?
Yep. K346.
And this is the series of internal emails where eventually,
where the net worth certificate is, Akash is asking for the net worth certificate of Mr. Rajendra Makhijani. Yes.
yourself.
Yeah.
And these are emails at K346 and 349.
Yep.
And at 351,
Mm-hmm.
you had provided your net worth certificate,
Right.
which is 8th of March 2017,
Right.
which is the basis of the sanction on 12th of June 2017.
So 3rd of June 2017, I have not seen the sanction or the facility renewal letter, but November 2017, when the facility agreement was signed, I have seen only when I was signing the personal guarantee. So it is the same facility, which is 2017, November 2017, UBI has sanctioned.
Correct. That's what I mentioned. But may I take you to I-2402 once again, since you said that you haven't seen the 2017
240, sorry, please. Yeah, 2402. I'm on 2402.
and this mentions that you have seen the sanction letter.
This is 14th November 2017.
Yes.
So 14th November 2017, not the sanction letter, which is dated June 2017. So I don't remember which date this sanction letter was there.
It is at paragraph number 1.
It says sanction letter
dated 20 June 2017, and addendum dated.
Yeah, it is proposed transaction. Yes.
Correct.
It is proposed.
Yes. Yes. This was what you approved at your board meeting.
No, we approved that 10.4 million. You can go ahead, and so it was a proposed. And in November 2017, the facility agreement was done in November 2017.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. This is the same document.
Yeah, fine. It would have been, but again, whether it was the same document was produced in the board meeting in 2017, I don't remember.
Right.
I'm not denying that, but I don't remember.
Very well. Thank you. We go back to K351 to confirm that you provided your net worth certificate for 2017 facilities.
Which document you are saying? Which reference?
K351.
Yes, I'm on that page.
And on 8th of March 2017, you provided your net worth certificates.
Yes, I did. Yes. In fact, this net worth certificate, if I remember correctly, every year end, irrespective whether it is renewal is happening or not, this request was coming to me. I have provided in 2015, 2016 and 2014 as well.
That's right. Gupta, now we will go to K387. K387.
Yep.
There's an email from Ashok.
Yep.
It says, Dear Vijay, please find enclosed Umaku resolution and agreement for sale of shares duly signed by Mrs. Devika Makhijani.
Right.
We are sending the same by courier to Parag, along with Umaku resolution for corporate guarantee and UBI sanction letter duly signed by Mrs. Devika Makhijani. Please let us know as and when you transfer the money to Mehak.
Right.
You please explain this email.
This is the time when the deal has happened for the sale of shares of Umaku, and as part of that deal, 1 million was supposed to be paid once these documents are ready, and the balance amount was at the time of transfer of shares from registration into the Dubai court or the notary public. So this email is related to that.
Yes, sir. If the shares in your knowledge are sold, why were you signing the corporate guarantee and the sanction letter contemporaneously?
Okay, because one of the part where the if you see the adequate funds, one of their requirement was that the facility agreement is in place and the drawdown, first drawdown happens, and then after within 60 days they will replace the personal guarantees.
May I request you to go to I2450?
I2450.
50.
Yeah, okay. This is the shareholders agreement where it was agreed that all the shareholders of D1, which is D2 and D3, are agreeing to sell this.
What is the date of this agreement? This resolution, as you said.
19th November 2017.
So, Mr. Gupta, we now agree that this relates to sale of shares.
That's correct.
If we can go now to I2445.
Yes.
I would.
I2445, Your Lordship.
Right. I'm on there.
What is this document?
Agreement for sale of shares.
Between whom and whom?
It is Velocity Industries and Umaku are selling it up. This is the agreement that what would be the terms.
Selling to who?
To VIL.
Selling to who?
This is the agreement, sale agreement, where all the partners have signed that we are selling this and we are agreeing to sell this on these terms. These are the terms which we agreed. Sorry, please.
You are agreeing to sell to who?
Adequate funds.
Is adequate party to this agreement?
Not on this agreement. You will see adequate funds. There is a separate sale agreement is there for adequate where they have put it up their conditions, and I can find it out that document, adequate funds, where the term sheet came up, and one of their clauses was that all the shareholders agree to sell their shares before this comes into effect, and this document was just as an agreement between all the shareholders, which is Velocity Ventures as well as the Velocity as well as the Umaku, that we are ready to sell our shares.
Is that adequate document that you are stating on record?
Yes, it is on record for sure.
Thank you. Is this just merely an internal document between the shareholders of VIL?
That's correct.
Aduit is not a party to this document.
Aduit name is mentioned that Aduit, this will be transferred to Aduit or Aduit's nominee. I think somewhere it would have been mentioned. Let me look into this document once again.
Yes, it is. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
What is the date of this document?
It is 19th November 2017.
And this is the date on which Umaku decided and agreed to sell all its shares.
Right.
Can you go to I-2448?
I-2448, yeah. Yes. Yes, I'm on I-2448.
This reads as full and final receipt.
Mm-hmm.
And it says refer to the agreement dated 19th November 2017 for sale of shares in D1 for a full purchase consideration of 6,650,000 for sale of the entire shareholding by Umaku. As requested and agreed with Umaku, the consideration was payable to Mohawk Gulf on their behalf. Advance of so and so was paid earlier as per the term of this agreement. And the balance full and final settlement in the sum of 5,650,000 is being received as on date.
Right.
And the date below is 19th November 2017.
Okay, so 5,650,000, if you ask, that amount is being paid, means a post-dated check was given in and it was not paid in our account, with the consideration that this 5.65 million will be paid or will be handed over to us or will be transferred to our to Mahek Gulf General Trading once this all the sale agreement would be registered with the notary public, and which we tried after this date. We tried 4 or 5 times at least, which I can count, and all those 4 or 5 times, for one reason or other, it could not happen. So finally, this was happened only in September 2018.
Mr. Gupta, can you go to I-2451?
I-2451.
Sorry, I what?
2451.
Yes. Yep. I'm on that document.
This is a board resolution or a shareholders resolution of Umaku.
Right.
Where it approved the facility and grant of 10.44 million by UBI.
Right.
And also the execution of the corporate guarantee.
Right.
If Umaku had received the consideration for the sale of its shares, why could this not have been deferred on 19th November 2017 in favor of the parties who were so-called purchasers?
Okay. Not the full consideration was not received. 5.65 million was not received. Only 1 million was received. And in that document also it says is being received, if you read that document. and that 5.65 million was only received sometime in February, March 2018. Once we reached there to get this sale agreement registered or notarized in the notary public office.
Mr. Gupta, the eventual purported sale in September 2018 is not in favor of Advait Fund. Are we agreed on that?
Please repeat your question.
Purported sale of September 2018 is not in favor of Advait Fund. Are we agreed on that?
No, not in. I don't agree, because Advait Fund could have assigned the nominees as per the sale agreement, and our understanding was Advait Fund, and that's the discussion when we had with Mr. Vijay Kapoor, that they have put it up the assigning to Element and Velocity Ventures. That's why we have done that agreement.
Correct. Are we agreed that as on 19th of November 2017, Umaku was a shareholder of D1?
Yes.
Are we agreed that as of 19th November 2017, Umaku authorized you to sign the corporate guarantee?
Right.
For the facility of 10.44 USD?
Right.
Are we agreed that each of you, which is D6, D7 and D8, signed personal guarantees in consonance thereof?
Yes, we signed the personal guarantees. Yeah.
Are we agreed that at that stage, nobody had informed the claimant with regards to any transaction that had been entered into with Advait Fund?
I can't comment. I have not informed. This should have been either with Vijay or Ravi. They can answer that question.
May I take you to H240?
I think we're going to have to do that after lunch. We've had over 3 hours this morning so far, and I suggest we break now. We're stopping at 1:45 UK time, 4:45 UAE time. So if we'll take
Your Lordship, it's 2 p.m. in UAE.
frozen. It's now 11:08 UK time. We'll resume at 12 o'clock UK time. What I'm saying is we have a short afternoon because we are stopping at 1:45. But before we break now, can I just say I'm getting concerned about timing. I would like everyone to consider and give me a revised draft timetable for completion of the witnesses in this case, and to do that by first thing tomorrow morning. And I expect it to be realistic. I don't want people later to say, oh, I didn't think about it. I want it to be realistic. Okay, that's for the remaining fact witnesses and for the experts. Right, we'll resume then at 12 o'clock UK time, 3 o'clock UAE time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
And don't talk about your evidence in the meantime, please, Mr. Gupta.
Will not be. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Not to worry. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. Mr. Vajani.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gupta. Gupta, just before our lunch break, you mentioned that you did not inform about the bank with regards to the sale transactions that were entered into for the sale of D1 shares by Umaku or Velocity Ventures in the year 2019.
In the year 2018.
In the year 2017 first.
Yes, that's correct. I have not informed. Yes.
Mr. Gupta, we also agreed this morning that you have seen the terms and conditions under the facility agreement of 2016, which you have signed yourself. You have seen the terms and conditions of the corporate guarantees of 2016, which you had signed. You have seen the terms and conditions.
Mr. Gupta, you are nodding your head, but you don't say anything, and the transcript doesn't pick up a head nod. Could you say, if you mean yes, can you say yes?
So yes, I have signed all those documents.
Thank you.
Mr. Gupta, we also agreed that you have seen the draft of the facilities agreement of 2017 at the board meeting in 2017, 14 November 2017. You visited, as per your witness statement, you visited VIL's office to sign your personal guarantee, at which time you state that you did not review the terms in any great detail, but nonetheless, I signed the personal guarantee.
Which is correct. The draft facility agreement, I don't remember the draft facility agreement was presented in the board meeting, but yes, personal guarantee and corporate guarantee, I visited VIL office and one of the bank official was there where I signed these guarantees.
Very good. And I put to you that each of these documents that you signed provided for a clear obligation for you to report any change in the shareholding or directorship of D1.
So it was a joint, I would say, and as per our in the trust, I was having on Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi. This and they were the one who were always dealing with the bank. There was no direct communication I had with the bank at any point of time, except at the time of signing the facility agreements or personal guarantees. There was no direct communication. So I left it on Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi to inform bank.
I accept this as your explanation that you have now given, but I will repeat my question once again, that under each of these agreements, is there not an obligation upon you to inform the bank with regards to a material change in the shareholding as well as directorship of D1?
It would have been part of the personal guarantee or the corporate guarantee, but I don't remember seeing that any such clause.
If I have to now show him the clauses, that's going to take some time.
No, it would be there. I'm just saying I don't remember, but it was a responsibility from the board as such, and and I was part of one of the directors, so I can say that yes, it is the responsibility of the D1. It is the responsibility of D1 to inform the bank for any major changes in their shareholding, and D1 day-to-day operations and dealing with the bank was entrusted with the D4 and D5, and I was not dealing directly with the bank at any point of time.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that the agreements provided that the obligors, that is the borrower, which is D1, and the guarantors, which is the corporate guarantor and the personal guarantors, were under an obligation to inform the lender of these changes.
Okay, fine.
Yes or no?
If you say so, it must be one of the clauses in the personal guarantee or the corporate guarantee.
And the facilities agreement.
And in the facility agreement. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, may I now request you to go to K401.
K401.
Yes.
Yes.
This is an email dated 10th of May 2018.
That's correct.
Addressed by yourself to Mr. Vijay Kapoor.
Right.
You and pardon me, I'll have to read this because the contents are important to decipher. Dear Vijay, I have received another call from Ashok Bhaiya to inquire the status of transfer. Please let me know whether we can complete the transfer early next week, by which our personal guarantees can be released quickly. I don't want a situation where Raju Bhaiya will take action to safeguard his interest, which means that at this stage, as of 10th of May 2018, the guarantees continued and subsisted in your complete knowledge.
Yes, because as part of, again, can I explain this?
Please.
Because as part of the terms of the agreement, which the sale agreement, which we did it with Adivit, one of the clauses said personal guarantees would be removed only once the shares sale certificate would be registered with the notary public. And once it was done in September 2018, which was done in September 2018 only, when we had the discussion with Vijay said, now the September 2018, now this is signed, now the personal guarantees would be removed. He will have a word with the bank and get it removed.
Right.
And when I, and I mentioned it earlier that 4 or 5 times we tried to complete this transaction or the notary public registration, but it couldn't happen for various reasons. One time it was Ravi was not well. We all were there in the registry office, but he was not well. He couldn't turn up. Second time it was like he had some accident. Third time, our UAE national partner was not available. He was serving his duty on the border. And one time it was like some travel plans, it couldn't happen. So in 10 months, we were continuously chasing to finish this document. We got our money in February or March, and this was just the pending item where the personal guarantees were not removed.
February or March of 2018?
February or March 2018. Yes, we received our money sometime during that time.
Right. Let's read further. Dear Ravi, reference to your yesterday's brief discussion, I have contemplated the proposal and feel any change at this stage will have quite a few challenges which need to be addressed, thought through properly. Challenge with new shareholders. As I understand, the new sponsor is known to someone from the new shareholders, and this was one of the comfort factors for them. Any change have to be discussed and agreed with them. Challenge with the existing shareholders. As per the term sheet, new shareholders want to appoint their own UAE sponsor. If we propose now that sponsor will be the same, who is also a sponsor of other companies, it will create an element of doubt on independence and fairness of the transaction. You know, it is very difficult to get the price agreement from all shareholders. Any such doubt will create unnecessary confusion and lead to further negotiations, demand from the existing shareholders. Challenge from the bank's perspective. As I understand, the names of the new shareholders, including the sponsor, is already communicated to the bankers. Based on this discussion, they have agreed to release personal guarantees of existing shareholders. Any change in proposed and agreed names can delay the release of the PG, and this will not be acceptable to the existing shareholders. Based on the above facts, I would suggest to have further discussions to agree the mitigants to address these challenges, right. Which means that you are well aware that the PGs were still continuing, and the bank probably you were given to understand that probably the bank had been given the information that you intend to do something like this.
Sorry, is it a question?
Yes.
Can you please repeat your question?
Is it correct that at this stage, the personal guarantees were continuing? I'll break it for you. Is it correct that at this stage the personal guarantees were continuing?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was an understanding that you had that the banks were told that you were in negotiation, and if the personal guarantees had to be released, those changes had to be informed to the bank, and some names were informed to the bank.
Not clear your question. So yes, I was aware that the personal guarantees are continuing. I was aware that because Mr. Ravi, which is D5, suggested some change in the sponsorship. He wanted to bring some one of his sponsor instead of the UAE National, which was suggested by the Adequate funds. So I was just telling him that this information is already been passed to the bank, as I have the knowledge or the confirmation from Mr. Vijay that it is already been advised to the bank. That's why at this stage, if you change any of the names of either the sponsor or anyone else, it will create the doubt.
Who informed the bank about the same?
So it is as per when I spoke to Vijay, Vijay has told me that he has already put bank on the information.
Okay. If you now go to your email below on the same day, sorry, not on the same day, your emails below in on K 402.
Yes.
20th May 2018, 10 days later.
That is July 18. Which email you are saying? Sorry, come again.
20th May 2018.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct?
Yeah.
Again, you are following up to say, dear Vijay, please let me know whether we can complete the transfer within this week. I am continuously receiving the calls from Delhi, and it is really difficult to hold them anymore. In fact, now they are asking timelines for release of their personal guarantees. I need to get back to them within this week. Therefore, expect a quick reply.
Agreed.
Right. Then you have another email as of July 2018.
Right. Another follow-up email.
That's right. Dear Ravi and Vijay, I am not getting any update for transfer. Please consider it as final SOS and take it seriously. I can't hold them anymore. My worry is if Raju Bhaiya takes an extreme step, visit the bank in India and submit the transfer papers to release the PG, we three would have to face the consequences. Which means you are well aware that the bank in India has not yet been informed, or the bank in Dubai has not yet been informed.
No, I was not aware whether bank is formally informed. As I mentioned in my previous email also, I was told that the bank is on notice, but I didn't have any confirmation whether it is confirmation in the sense documentary evidence, whether bank is on the is already been advised or not. And here, Mr. Rajendra wanted to go to the India because he was already moved to India. He wanted to go to a bank in India, which is UBI, and show these papers that my personal guarantee is now no more valid.
What do you mean by we three would have to face consequences? And for sure, I am not ready for it. What does that mean? If simply Mr. Makijani went for release of his personal guarantees, what would be the consequences on yourself and the three of you?
It's a default because I have also mentioned then it would be considered as a cancelled. This deal will be considered as cancelled, which means the money is already been received and will continue. Personal guarantee will continue. Everything will continue.
Okay. May I now request you to go to the next email on K403?
Yes.
July 25th, 2018.
Right.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that you were well aware that the UBI facilities were continuing at this stage, as on 25th July 2018.
Yes, I was aware.
And your obligations under the 2017 document was also continuing.
As a personal guarantor, yes.
And the corporate guarantor.
Personal and corporate guarantors, yes.
You were well aware that these facilities were very crucial for D1.
Can't comment.
Right. Let's read your email dated 25th July 2018.
Mm-hmm.
This is to Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Kutivanchi. Dear both, I am not sure what is happening and why there is no reply to my mails and calls. Let me know if you need any help from my side. I am receiving continuous calls from India, and obviously I can't ignore those calls as we three have to face the consequences. You again repeat that you three have to face the consequences.
Yes, because only three of us, we were in Dubai. And if the deal is cancelled, we three were in Dubai. Mr. Rajendra Makhijani and Mrs. Rajendra Makhijani have moved out of Dubai.
Yes. In fact, if you read further, your concern was drastically different as far as consequences is concerned. If Raju Bhaiya goes to the bankers, it will be considered as dispute between the partners and they can freeze the funding. Mm-hmm. We will lose our credibility, which we have earned in long professional careers.
Right.
You are well aware that if this information reaches the bank, which we had not reached the bank as of 25th July 2018, this information would affect the funding by UBI itself as well.
So I was not aware whether it has reached formally to the bank or not. I was told it is already been reached to the bank. They are just waiting for the share sale certificate registration. And once the share sale certificate, which is the documentation part, would be completed, bank is happy to release our personal guarantees.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that none of these emails talk about the release of your personal guarantee. It only talks of a concern of release of the personal guarantees of D6 and D8.
No, it was all together, which is D6, D7 and D8 all together, because we were the shareholders of Umaku. It is not talking about me, because once this agreement, sale agreement, is submitted to UBI, it would automatically, all the personal guarantees would be released, which means all the Umaku shareholders. And we have given our personal guarantees because we were the shareholders and directors of D1 earlier. Once we sold it out, so if we didn't have any interest in D1, our personal guarantees may or may not have been accepted by UBI. Once we have removed from as a director or the shareholder, so UBI will ask for the new shareholders or directors' personal guarantees.
Mr. Gupta, earlier today we agreed that it is only on the basis of your net worth certificates, which each of you would have individually provided, and you confirmed to have been providing it year after year, was the credit facilities reviewed, adjudged, and renewed and continued. So the credit worthiness also lies within the personal guarantors who were willing to give their personal guarantees. Isn't that correct?
So personal guarantees, again, the personal guarantors, at least me, D6, D7 and D8, we agreed to give our personal guarantees because we were the shareholders and directors. And as per the bank documentation, they have requested all the shareholders and directors needs to give their personal guarantees. This was not for any company which is not having relationship. We don't have any relationship. They have asked the personal guarantees from us.
Right.
And I can just mention that Velocity Industries or Velocity Group has taken various loans from UBI, and it is not, and that's my understanding, UBI or other banks, whereas they have not asked our personal guarantees to guarantee those loans. It was only VIL, because VIL, we were the shareholders and directors. That's why they have requested our personal guarantees to sign.
Yes. At 403, you mentioned that if Raju Bhaiya goes to the bankers, it will be considered as a dispute between the partners and they can freeze the funding.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please explain the same?
Yeah, so dispute between the partners means we still till that time, July 25th, 2018, we were still on records. We were the partners, which means Umaku, Velocity Ventures, and within Umaku, 3 of us, and Velocity Ventures, which is Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi. We were still the partners. And if this share sale certificate is not registered, our personal guarantees were not getting released. And due to the delay of this registration, for whatever reasons, it was putting up the or it can construed as a dispute.
If you had already sold your shares
Mm-hmm.
of V1, why were you concerned about the freezing of the funding?
Because if the freezing of funding would have happened at that point of time, our personal guarantees were still not released. And then we would also automatically, we all would have become liable for paying that money.
And is it correct to state that your liability continues till such time your personal guarantees are released?
No, I don't say that. It is in September 2018. Once we have sold it out, we have completed our obligations, which was one of the obligation as per the Adequate Funds term sheets. Once we have done it, it was very clear that the personal guarantees will be released and with the new shareholders and new directors.
Were your personal guarantees and corporate guarantees released at all? Did you obtain any release letter from the bank?
No, because this was again entrusted to Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi.
As far as the bank records is concerned, are we agreed that you continue to be on the record of the bank as a personal guarantor and a corporate guarantor till the date of recall, that is 3rd of September 2019?
No, I don't agree, because the facility agreement was expired in June 2018 as per the this facility agreement. If you'll see, November 2017 facility agreement was expired in June 2018. And even if you take 3 months, that they normally UBI was taking 3 to 4 months in the renewal. So our understanding, or at least my understanding, was the bank is not continuing and has renewed the facility. Once September 2018, we have submitted these documents for the sale of shares.
I put to you that it is your alternative case that the facilities continued at least up to 12th of June 2019.
June 2019.
I put to you that it is your alternative case that the facilities continued at least up to 12th of June 2019.
No, I don't remember. Can you put it up some document? Can you show it to me?
If you go to G23, paragraph 89.
Paragraph
89.
89. Can you give me the page number?
G23.
G23.
Mr. Vijani, will you explain what this document is for the witness?
It is the witness statement, Your Lordships, the first witness statement.
Well, that's all I'll ask you, if you to tell him that.
I will do that. I'll keep that.
Paragraph
89.
Okay. So in any event, for the reasons set out above, the facility was not or should not have been made available by UBI under the facility agreement after 12th June 2018, because the first sanction letter which we have seen just now, or the facility renewal letter, it was dated 12th June 2017. Facility agreement was dated 25th November 2018, and 6 months of the surety period maximum which gets expired. So none of these. So 12th June 2018 was as per the facility agreement, renewal agreement. If we see the facility agreement which was dated 25th November 2017, it says that this facility will expire on 12th of June 2018. That is also mentioned in one of the clauses in the facility agreement dated 25th November 2017. But it also contradicts in another clause which says this facility agreement is valid for 12 months. So I'm taking even that 12 months, if we take, which is 25th November 2018, it should have expired.
And alternatively, 12th June 2019.
Which is again, which is the 6 months period for the surety period.
That's right. That's what I put to you, that it is your alternative case that the facilities continued at least up to 12th of June 2019.
Which we came to know only once the case was put it up.
No,
which is 2020. Sorry. Please.
No, I put to you a position that it is your alternative case that the facilities continued at least up to 12th of June 2019. It is your own alternative case.
I will not say that. I don't. So basically, once this was the case was filed sometime in 2020, that time only we came to know that the facility agreement was never renewed after November 2017, which was supposed to be renewed either in June 2018 or November 2018 or even in June 2019. Nothing that happened, and there was no communication from the bank. Even in past, I was not receiving any communication from the bank, and even in this case also, I didn't receive any communication from the bank whether these are continuing or they have withdrawn their facilities.
Mr. Gupta, I once again put to you that it has been your alternative case that the facilities continued right up to 12th of June 2019. Is that correct or no? Yes or no?
I'm not clear about the alternative case. Maybe I'm missing that point.
Mr. Gupta, you confirmed and agreed with me that the witness statement was made by you. I am referring to the clause paragraph 89 of your own witness statement.
Right. So what is alternative case? I'm not clear about the alternative case. I'm saying that the facility should have been expired either on 12th of June 2018 or 25th November 18 or maximum by 12th June 2019.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Gupta, if you go back to K403.
Yes, I'm on K403.
What is the date of this email?
This is 25th July 2018.
This is after the 12th of June 2018 position?
That's correct.
Thank you. Maybe go forward to K404.
404, yes.
Raju Bhaiya did check with our existing sponsor and appears he is very upset and asked to have a firm date. He has changed his plan a few times and now needs a specific date. Raju Bhaiya has assured me that he will make sure our sponsor will come for signature. We need to give him advance notice.
That's correct.
Which means up to 28th of July 2018, things persist.
Right.
May we go to K426. 426.
426.
Yes. So just so that you don't get confused, that same page has two numbers through the software, I believe. On the top, we are going by the top number, which is on the top right.
Yes, that's correct.
K426.
Yes, I'm on that page.
There's an email addressed by yourself at the bottom, which is dated 16th September 2018.
That's correct.
This states, "Hi, hello Ravi. Please find attached the signed copy of the MOA, which would be used for transfer or registration. This copy was submitted to the bank as well." What MOA is this?
This is for the sale agreement, which was registered on 25th of September in the notary public.
And this was the original MOA of Velocity Industries.
Sorry, come again.
This was the same MOA which was shared with the bank originally.
25th, no, this is not the same MOA. This is the revised MOA, which is 25th September 20, which we are supposed to go to the notary public and sign it over there.
And you were circulating that on 16th of September 2018.
That's so it is the draft. It is not the. I need to reconfirm that. I don't remember the attachment, which MOA it is. I need to reconfirm that. But what I remember is 16th of September was the first time, or 15th or 16th of September, first time we have seen the MOA where the Element and Velocity Ventures names came up. And during that time only I asked that we have sold our share to Eduvate, and how the Element and Velocity Ventures has come into the picture. And so I need to see what is the attachment.
Mr. Gupta, you say that this copy was submitted to the bank as well. When was it submitted by you to the bank? What was
not by me, not by me. Again, this is what the confirmation I got it from Mr. Vijay.
That you submitted a draft of the MOA to the bank?
So I don't know which MOA it is. I need to check it up, whether it is a draft or this MOA was the original, which was 2014, which we have done it. I don't know.
Right. Mr. Gupta, can we go to K492?
Yep. This is again 30th July 2019 mail. Yes, okay.
This is post your purported transfer?
That's correct.
And the date you have noted, 30th July 2019, as you read?
That's correct.
Could you please explain this email in the entirety?
I think I have mentioned this email in my witness statement as well. So basically this email, I received a call from UBI for some overdue amounts, where UBI said there are some overdue amounts in the facility. And so I told UBI at that time, it is nothing to do with us. It is already been sold. But somehow I spoke to immediately with Mr. Vijay. Mr. Vijay told me that the release of the guarantee could not happen because of the reason there was some disagreement or non-availability of either Ravi or Vijay. There was some dispute was going on, and it was not put it up into the DED as well. This sale agreement was not given to DED. That is what, and he has contacted one of the law firm, which is Pocher and Company, to help and release the renewal of the trade license, because by that time trade license was also expired. I think the trade license of Velocity Industries, when I saw the all the documents, it got expired in March 2019.
Mr. Vijay, this document, this email suggests that you prepared a draft of a particular communique which needed to be sent by D6 to somebody. Can you explain that?
Sorry, come again.
This email purports to contain a draft of a communique which you had prepared to be sent by D6 to somebody. Can you please explain that?
Not D6. Sorry, it is, this is the discussion which I had with Vijay. In past, my discussions with Vijay was mainly verbal over the phone, but in this case, after the discussion, I wanted to make sure whatever he has told me that the UAE national sponsor needs to go to DED, and once he will go to DED, due to the non-renewal of Velocity Industries license, he has the authority to remove the shareholding and transfer the shareholding to anyone in what he wants to do. And this is one of the clauses of MOA. That's why I have sent this email only to Vijay that this is our discussion. I wanted to document that.
Right. And this document clearly then states that you were recently made aware of the renewed facilities and letters by UBI, and the new shareholding had not been updated in the records of UBI.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Which means right up to 30th of July 2019, UBI has no official communication with regards to any change in the defendant number one company.
So from September 2018, once it was sold, Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi was supposed to give this document to the bank, and which we didn't know whether they have given or not. Only in July 2019, when I received, so it is almost after 9 or 10 months, when I received a call from UBI, that time only I came to know that this document is still not submitted to UBI. So 8 or 9 months, my understanding was we have already signed the basically share sale certificate, and it is already been registered with the notary public. This document is already been submitted to the bank by Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi as confirmed verbally, as well as on the documents in the share sale certificate, plus in the MOA also, when we have signed it in the notary public, that was also mentioned over there. So in the trust, our understanding is it's already been submitted to the bank.
Mr. Gupta, you have filed almost, or rather you have filed 7 witness statements in the trial. 6 witness statements in the trial.
6 witness statements, yes.
I put to you that none of your 6 witness statements refers to any of these calls or discussions that the information had been provided by Mr. Kapoor to the bank.
I need to find it out, but definitely it says that Mr. Kapoor has already put bank on notice for the change of shareholdings.
Did you take any steps yourself, or through D6 or through D8 to notify the bank, since it concerned your own personal guarantees and corporate guarantees?
So basically, we were not part of D1 once we have sold out our shares, and as per the MOA, it was only two signatories, which is Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi, were supposed to deal with the bank. So it is not appropriate for me or Mr. Rajendra or Mrs. Rajendra to go to the bank, and bank would not have, because if we are not the signatories, how we can go and submit it to the bank. Our understanding was in the trust that it is already being submitted and issue is resolved and closed.
I put to you that you never took any steps to intimate the bank of any change right up to 30th of July 2019.
So I think that is, I have already said, yes, I have not taken any step. I entrusted with Vijay and Mr. Ravi, because as per the agreement, they were supposed to put bank on notice, and they were supposed to put this sale agreement and give it to the bank.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that after September 2018, in April 2019, you received a letter, a sanction letter of the claimant for your signatures. At that stage, also you did not bother to inform the bank of any change.
So that letter was not sent to me by the bank. It was sent to to Mr. Vijay Kapoor, and Mr. Vijay Kapoor has forwarded that to me again in April 2019. When if you see in one of my witness statement, I have mentioned that as well, that once I received the letter, it was told to me that it is just a formality. It looks like as part of the renewal, the new shareholders and the guarantees will be given as part of the renewal itself. I think I have mentioned somewhere in my first witness statement or second witness statement. I need to find it out, but maybe you would have seen that.
Mr. Gupta, you want to get the reference of your first witness statement?
Yes.
Statement G15, sure. Paragraph 45.
G15.
Yes.
Yes, paragraph
45.
45. Yes.
This talks of, if I may read, Mr. Kapoor forwarded Mr. and Mrs. Makijani and me a letter from UBI dated 16th April 2019, which requested us to provide, amongst other things, net worth certificates. We no longer had any involvement, and it appeared to us from the wording of the letter, including the heading "Your request for credit facilities," that UBI was requesting the documentation in relation to a fresh facility, which we had not requested. As such, we considered the letter to have been sent in error and did not respond, nor did we provide documentation requested. In fact, I did not give it any further thought.
Right, that's correct.
Is this the correct position?
I don't remember, but the correct position would have been, I have discussed it with Mr. Vijay during that time, but I need to find, I don't remember.
May I request you to go to G288.
G
288,
288.
which is your fifth witness statement.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Paragraph 27.
Yes. Yes, this is the correct statement. This is the stand which again, that time I have spoken to Mr. Kapoor, and accordingly he said it is like it's just as a practice, bank would have sent it.
No, but bank, you mentioned that the bank did not send it to you. It is Mr. Kapoor who sent it to you.
That's correct. And the bank has sent it to Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Kapoor has forwarded it to me.
But if you were out of the company, why would Mr. Kapoor forward it to you?
I don't know. That's maybe you can ask Mr. Kapoor.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that you were, as of 16th of April 2019, also well aware that the bank had not effected any change in its records.
No, I was not aware. I came to know only in July 2019 when I received a call from Mr. Maniram.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that what you have stated in paragraph 27 at page G288 is an afterthought and distinct from what you stated in your first witness statement at paragraph 45 G15.
What do you mean by afterthought?
You have, if you had any discussion with Mr. Kapoor, you would have stated that at the first instance in your first witness statement and not waited until your fifth witness statement.
Not really. Sometimes with the passage of time, you forget the things, and when the things comes up either through email or through some WhatsApp messages or something, then only you come to know that what exactly you go back to your documentation, then you come to know what exactly transpired. So the position was this.
Mr. Gupta, you have in your first witness statement said that you voluntarily ignored that communication. In your second witness statement, you say that you were given to understand that the bank was in discussion with regards to release of your personal guarantees.
Yes, this is the position. Yeah, in the first witness statement, at that time, I didn't remember whether I really have spoken to Mr. Vijay or not. And then later on, I realized that, yes, I have spoken to Mr. Vijay, and this is what was the discussion. And I have put it up over here.
Mr. Gupta, I believe that your first witness statement was a very crucial document and you were setting aside of a default judgment, and you would have at that stage put up all the facts which were there within your knowledge.
Again, as I said, not necessarily. And I tell you, maybe, I can't comment on this, but maybe sometime in October 2020, in August 2020, I lost my brother and my elder brother. So I was not in right frame of mind to just whatever the witness statement, when I was putting it up, I was not having the right documentation, that whether all the documentation I could go through before putting it up the witness statement. So that could be one of the reasons, but I cannot deny that. Yes, in the first witness statement it says that it was I ignored, but by this time I have really go back to my documentation.
Whilst we are on this witness statement again, if you can go back to G15.
G15.
Yes.
This is my first witness statement, right?
First witness statement.
Yes, I'm on G15.
paragraph number 47.
Yep.
You are referring to a email of 15th of September, which Mr. Maniram had sent. And then you had replied to his email seeking to meet him. And you now narrate that you met him on 30th of October 2019 at his office in Dubai.
Right.
And you say a representative of the UBI was also present in attendance. And further down, you say that I explained to Mr. Maniram in detail that I have said above, namely that we had sold the Umaku shares and that the terms of the sale included that our personal guarantees would be replaced by documentation put in place by the buyers and that UBI would be or had been notified. Mr. Maniram confirmed that he had not been made aware of this and said he would contact Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Kuchimanchi to request an explanation. He asked me to do so. I do not know if he contacted them, but I telephoned Mr. Kapoor straight away. He did not answer, so I sent him a further email, but once again he did not respond.
Right.
That's right.
That is the correct. That is the correct one. Yep.
Maybe further go to the same page that we were seeing in your fifth witness statement, G288.
Yes.
And the last 4 lines, after we are reading the same paragraph of paragraph 27, where you said that where you have now given a narrative about your discussion with Mr. Kapoor, then you admit that you still ignored, thinking that the bank had not updated their systems out of their own habit. Never took steps after April 2019. And then you got the letter on 3rd of September, which was the recall notice.
Right.
And then got in touch with the bank. And then you state that we only discovered the true extent of what happened when I met with Mr. Maniram on 30th October 2019. And to this day, I still remember that awful feeling that I had in the pit of my stomach as Mr. Maniram explained to Mr. Makijani and I that Mr. Kapoor had not secured our release from the personal guarantees.
Right. That's correct.
You confirm both these statements at page G15 para 47 and G288 para 27.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta, you mentioned in your witness statement that after you had sold your shares in 2018, you were not connected or concerned with the D1 company.
Yes. That's correct.
May I take you to bundle F?
Yep.
And in bundle F, if we can go to F157.
157.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
not sure that I have that page in the F bundle.
I've got a page which was,
which is Saud Al Shawab has sent it.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Stone doesn't have it. We'll have to wait for her to get it.
It's fine.
Sorry?
I'll arrange it. It's fine. I'll arrange access to it here.
okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mathur. Mr. Gupta, you on the same page? Your Lordship
Yes,
has it?
I'm on that same page.
I assume I am, but until you start talking about it, I can't tell.
Yes, it's an email on the header is email from DIC to D5 informing amount due and the eviction order.
Yes, I have that.
That's right. This is an email dated 23rd of September 2020 being addressed by Saud Al-Awab, who's the managing director of the DIC. And that is his response to Mr. Maniram's email. And you were marked on this email that, dear Maniram, please make sure that all payments be settled by no later than Sunday next week. Failing to do so, we will force us to go to auction.
Right.
And if you see, trailing that is an email from the bank on 23rd of September 2020, again with a copy marked to you.
Right.
Where it was informed to DIC that the branch had taken up the matter with the corporate office for the payment of the lease rent due. However, we would not get approval to debit the company account since it's non-performing loan account and pay towards rent. Main reason behind is that bank already filed a case against the company and the personal guarantors for recovery for the total due, and the legal case is going on.
Right.
Branch is in discussion with the company and the personal guarantors to make arrangement for the lease of the rent payment. Gupta, I put to you that you were well aware on 23rd September 2020 that your personal guarantees had been invoked. They were
Please.
and that you were called upon to make payment under your obligations, under your guarantees. We have also this morning seen that all through you have bridged all the relevant payments that were required for the purposes of D1 and securing the interests of D1 and D6. Why was no attempt made at this stage if the DIC security was so valuable to pay the lease premium and salvage the property?
Okay, so just to answer, 3rd September 2020, the personal guarantees were invoked.
2019, sir, 2019.
Yes, so which I was aware. So I came to know in September 2019 itself that the personal guarantees are invoked. This case was going on and I was nothing, me, D6, D7 and D8. We sold our shares. So we definitely cannot put money what is required by D1 because our relationship with D1 was already been exited, which was in 2018. So what would we get it to invoke more money into this? This email was more to Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi that you need to put it up as a new shareholders. They were supposed to put, or the bank should have put it. If the bank was having $4.5 million, which is in as per the records, it comes up, the assets were such a huge value. I cannot comment because I was not party to this.
You were party to these emails, Mr. Gupta.
I'm marked, yes. I'm copied on this email, yes.
And therefore, you were well aware of the consequences if the asset, as you state, was so valuable.
So consequences, From my perspective or from our perspective, that facility agreement was already expired and bank has not notified us, and we have not given any new personal guarantee or corporate guarantee, so we were not liable. That is what stand we were having at that point of time.
At that point of time. Mr. Gupta, can we go to G23? G23, which is part of your first witness statement.
G23. Yes, I'm on G23.
Paragraph 86.
Paragraph 86. Yep.
After seeing the email correspondence post 25th September 2018, do you still want to maintain this statement?
Yes. Because we were not, we didn't have any knowledge of the affairs of VIL after 25th September 2018. So we still maintain only that email where they have marked me a copy, which was sometime in fact, if you see, I don't think Saud has marked the copy. It was Maniram only have marked the copy, but I don't remember. So in September 2020, this email was marked to me.
I'm not just talking of the correspondence of September 2020. I am talking of the series of correspondence that I showed you, which are dated after 25th of September 2018, including the 23rd September email exchange, which occurred between DIC and UBI, both of which you were marked at page 157 and at 158. Would you still want to maintain this statement that you were not aware of the affairs of VIL after 25th September 2018?
Yes, I was not aware. And in this statement also, it is mentioned that first time, like 24th April 2019, some correspondence came to me, and July 2019, when the bank has just called me up. So I think we need to see in a holistic way instead of picking it up only one paragraph. So after 25th September 2018, once we sold out, we were not aware how the VIL is working, what are the affairs of the VIL.
Very well. May I request you to go to G11 of the same witness statement?
Yes, I'm on G11.
Paragraph number 25.
Yes.
If we read, at no point prior to VIL entering into the facility agreement, which is the 2017 facility agreement, or afterwards, until I and Mrs. Makijani received letters from UBI on 3rd September 2019, did I have direct contact with UBI. All documentation relating to facility agreement went through Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Kuchimanchi. And as I have said, Mr. and Mrs. Makijani and I took a back seat. Given the relationship of trust and confidence that had developed during our time in business together, I trusted Mr. Kapoor wholeheartedly, and there was no reason at any time for me to have been concerned about the decisions being made by him and Mr. Kuchimanchi. As such, there was little to no involvement from me and no involvement at all from Mr. and Mrs. Makhijani. The only time Mr. and Mrs. Makhijani had any contact with UBI prior to 3rd September 2019 and when they attended UBI's branch in New Delhi in order to sign the personal guarantee referred to later in his witness statement.
Right.
This is your paragraph 25 at G11. May I now request you to go to your third witness statement?
Can you give me the reference number?
At 138, G138 it begins.
Yes. I'm on there.
And could you read paragraph number 26?
Yep.
The last sentence.
This is the reply to Mr. Vijay Kapoor's witness statement. Yes.
Right. The last sentence. As previously stated by Mr. Makhijani, Mr. and Mrs. Makhijani and I, and now Mr. Kapoor himself, he was the one who had relationship with UBI along with Mr. Kuchimanchi and was responsible for managing VIL's finances, including the relation to the facility agreement.
That's
in the
right.
light of the correspondence that I showed to you through the whole morning, do you still want to maintain these statements made by you at paragraph 25 and paragraph 26? Paragraph 25 G11 and paragraph 26 at G145.
Yes, I do, because the finances are not, again, I do maintain my this statement.
Mr. Gupta, are you stating that you were never in touch with UBI at all?
There was no direct touch. UBI was not approaching me for any of the things, especially. Sorry, just give me a second.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, please.
I put to you that are you stating that you were never in touch with UBI at all?
Not in touch with UBI. Can you please elaborate?
No, you mentioned that you were in no direct communication with UBI at all.
July 2019, I received a call with Mr. Maniram, which I have already mentioned in my witness statement, and I don't remember anything else which UBI would have contacted me, anything else apart from facility agreements.
That's right. Mr. Gupta, can you go to G10, first witness statement? Are you on G10?
Just give me a sec. Yes, I'm on G10.
May I request you to read paragraph 20?
Yep, That's correct.
I put to you that you were in direct management and control of the affairs of D1.
And I deny that.
I put to you that you were well aware of the financial positions and the finances of D1.
With the small correction, I deny. Whenever they were having cash crunch or cash liquidity problems, they were D1 through Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ravi, they were approaching me or D6, and accordingly we were arranging some funds. Plus, as part of this, we have asked how the revenue or the sales are going to increase. This is what was as a manager or the managing director of the company, which is Mr. Ravi and Mr. Vijay. They were managing directors, so they were running the day-to-day of the company.
I put to you that the entire financial management of D1 was done by D4, D5, D6, and yourself.
No, it was D4, D5. And we were D6, D7 were bridging the working capital or short-term funding.
I put to you that right from the inception of the business in D1 till the default occurred, you were fully involved in the financial affairs, including the funding requirements of D1, along with external parties, that is Bansals, along with D4, along with D5 and D6.
So if you talk about funding, yes, me and D6 and D7, we both were funding it. If you again talk about financial affairs, no, I was not, and D6 was not part of the financial affairs.
I put to you that you were well aware that the bank was never informed about the change that sought to be relied upon, which is sought to be relied upon you by now, of 25th September 2018 till your meeting with Mr. Maniram on 30th of October 2019.
Sorry, can you please repeat?
I put to you that the bank was never informed about the change that you purport to have occurred on 25th of September 2018 in the shareholding and management of D1 until you met Mr. Maniram on 30th of October 2019.
So I think that's the question maybe for Vijay, because my understanding or confirmation from Vijay was that it is already put bank on notice. So whether he has put on notice bank, I don't know. I trusted him that yes, he because he's a man of his words. He was always giving whatever he was promising, he was delivering on it. So I have trusted him. So I didn't have any doubt that he has not put bank on notice.
Did you at any point of time find out from him that it was completed since prior to 25th of September 2018, you had a series of emails raising concerns in that regard?
I think there was only after 25th September 2018, it was only 2 emails, which one is in April 2019 and another one in July 2019. I don't remember there's any series of email after September 2018 which says that I was aware and he has not put bank on notice.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that as far as the claimant and his claims are concerned, each of you were well aware of your obligations and it is the collective responsibility of D2, D3, D4, D5, D6, D7, and D8 under the various documents admitted to now have been signed by them to repay the loans and facilities that were granted by UBI.
I disagree, especially from D6, D7 and D8 perspective, because as part of the arrangement, this facility, this shareholding was already been sold, and after the sale, the agreement was this information will be passed on to the bank, which in trust we have accepted that once we were told that the information is already with the bank, it is just a matter of formality. We were not aware, and we are not. So from that perspective, I'll say I disagree with your statement.
I put to you that you were negligent in fulfilling your obligations with regards to the bank and the information that you had to provide to the bank in a timely manner, rather within 3 days as specified in the facilities agreement and your guarantees.
So I will not agree that part as well, because there was no direct communication I was having with the bank. All the communications were with Mr. Vijay and with Mr. Ravi, who were having it. And once they have confirmed that bank has put on notice for the sale of shares, I didn't have any doubt to not to believe them. So,
is there any document on record that they confirmed to you this fact?
it was more on the verbal communications, and in fact, the some of the emails which you only have just gone through. In those emails, it is mentioned my discussion with Mr. Vijay and Ravi that the bank is on over there on notice for the sale.
In fact, each of those discussions in your emails provide a concern that the bank ought not to be informed.
No, in fact, in those mails, if you see, I have mentioned that these documents are already being submitted to bank, which was the confirmation which I got it from Mr. Vijay.
Mr. Gupta, I put to you that you failed in discharging your duties as a director of D1 and the obligations as a director of D1.
I deny, because in September 2018, once we have sold the shares, that as a director, we were no more the directors of the company of D1, and it was only given to the all the rights were given to D4 and D5.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Shaheen, you're next, I think.
I think it should be D4 who should be cross-examining him next year.
Yes, because you act for D5, don't you?
I'm for D5 and D2.
Yeah. You're down on the list as D2 and D5, but of course D2 doesn't exist.
So it's better that D4 cross-examines him first and continue.
Mr. Kapoor, are you ready to cross-examine?
Your Lordship, could we take a short break just for 5 minutes?
Yeah. How long do you think you will be? I'm not holding you to it, but how long?
Just 5 minutes.
5-minute break, but then how long in questions do you think?
Not very long. In fact, probably I'll try to finish as quickly as possible.
We'll see how we go. Let's break for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome back. Mr. Kapoor.
May we begin, Your Lordship?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Parag Gupta, how are you?
Very good, Mr. Vijay. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'll just ask you to just briefly state for the record that you are currently giving this deposition from where, your location?
From Dubai, KBH office.
Right. Since a lot of questions have been asked by the claimant's counsel, I will not repeat them, but there will be just a few points which are relevant to my cross-examination, so I would request you to kindly address them.
Sure.
When the sale, or rather sale of Star Modern and the setting up of Velocity Industries was taking place, is it correct that D6, D7, as well as Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Mr. Ashok Bansal were involved at that point of time?
Not Ashok Bansal directly, but Abhinav Bansal, his son, and Sanjay Bansal was involved. And the first check, I remember correctly, Hassan Ali Abdullah, which was given by Sanjay Bansal. That was Sanjay Bansal's company.
Okay. But is it correct that throughout the process of 2014 till almost to the end of 2017, almost all matters which are relating to the regular MIS and financials were marked to yourself, which is D7, D6, as well as to Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Ashok Bansal?
Yeah, we have seen those documents, some emails from 2014, 2015. We saw those emails and yes, those were marked.
Right. So it would be fair to assume that they were aware of the general working and the performance of the company.
No, so they were aware about the, again, their involvement was, they were the short-term funding they have arranged, Mr. Sanjay Bansal and Mr. Ashok Bansal, which is Abhinav Bansal's father. So short-term gap, they were able to fund it. And once we have taken those loans, we were keeping them informed that how these funds, when these funds will be returned back, and what is the sale revenue is getting generated.
Right. No, that's what I meant, that they were aware of the performance of the company since the regular monthly MIS was also being shared with them.
So there's difference. So if you talk about sales MIS, yes, it was getting generated. It was sent to them.
Okay. But Mr. Parag, do you remember who were the clients of Velocity Industries?
Who were the clients of the Velocity Industries?
Right.
Means customers. Customers. So it was main customers. Yes, as part of that MIS sales, which I was receiving during that time, it was DIFC, Himalaya was there. Then there was another one, Dabur was there. And I think these three were the major ones. Some others would also be there, but these three were the major ones.
All right. And in your experience and association with the company as a shareholder and a director, what was the role of Mr. Ravi in the company?
So Mr. Ravi was supposed to bring the business and enhance the business. And that was from the day one when we went in 2013 in Oman. And that was one of the reasons we have put the investment also, because Ravi was coming as part of as a shareholder or supporting this. He was having the relationship with all the customers, whether in his previous employment as a CEO or as having different roles. So he was knowing all these customers very well. So he was doing the the business development as well as managing the factory day-to-day operations, technical part also he was managing it.
And would you say that he was the key point of contact with all the customers?
I would say yes, because that is what it was. Yes, it was transpired during that time when we were the shareholders.
All right. And what would you say was my role in the company?
Your role was more managing the finance, getting the facilities done from the bank, and with your understanding about the banking and the getting the private equity sort of experience and having some good role in the finance part, you were managing the finances with the team of finance team members.
Just off the cuff, how many people do you think were there working in the finance department during the time when you were associated with the company?
Okay, in 2013, if I talk about 2013 to 2014, there was only one person. And later on,
could you kindly repeat that? I lost you.
Okay, so in 2013 till 2014, it was only one person who was doing the finance, and later on it was Akash was the major focus, and Komal Seni also started interacting, but apart from that, I don't think anybody else was working in finance.
Yeah, but in your information, Akash was a chartered accountant.
That's correct.
Komal Sani was also a chartered accountant.
Yes, that's correct.
And they were also assisted by other support staff, like there were persons like Mr. Babu, if you remember.
Yes, Mr. Babu, I remember, but whether he was managing finance or not, that I don't know. He was assisting them.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. At least Mr. Babu was also part of the finance department.
Okay. I can't confirm, but yes, he was part of the Velocity group as such.
Right. In the normal management of the financial affairs of the business, facilities were obtained from Union Bank of India by way of LTRs, which is local trust receipts.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
And these would be denominated in dollars, and the money would be then received in the relevant suppliers' accounts in dirhams.
Right.
So for the purposes of local operations or regular operations, Velocity was using normal checkbooks for making regular payments like rent or making payments of salaries and all that, right? Is that correct? So the entire operations of the company was not merely managed on the basis of fact statements or technically, sending instructions to the bank by fax or by email. There were a lot of transactions which used to happen by checkbooks.
Right.
I put it to you that in an operation, the size of Velocity Industries, given that you were involved in looking at least the MIS on a daily basis, a business like Velocity Industries would go through at least 2 or 3 checkbooks in a month. Is that reasonable?
So again, not the daily MIS, but again, I will say yes, monthly MIS I was receiving. So 2 or 3 checkbooks. I can't say yes, maybe yes.
No, I'm just asking an opinion. I'm not asking you to testify it was or not. I'm just asking because you are part of operations in a bank. You realize how things work. So we were using checkbooks, right?
Yes.
And checkbooks can only be used with original signatures.
That's correct.
No digital signatures can be
used.
No
digital signature. No bank accepts the digital signatures on the checkbooks.
You were aware that this company Launchpad General Trading LLC was a company which belonged to Ravi Kuchimanchi?
Yes, I was aware.
And there were instances where checks were issued by Launchpad, right? And to generate some temporary funding when there was some cash crunch, right? Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yes, that is how it is transpired. Yes.
So I put it to you that Launchpad would issue a check in favor of one of the companies, let's say, for example, Mehak General Trading or any such company, who in turn could take it to their bankers and discount that check so that that money could be raised and then that could be used for Velocity Industries.
That transaction, I will not be able to confirm that what is the nature of those transactions. But yes, there was some material which is Launchpad was also sending it or doing with some business with Mehak General Trading or with any other business as such, which I'm aware of, because Launchpad was a general trading company. So they can do business with any of the general trading companies as such.
Can I request you to open exhibit K195?
K?
Yeah, K for kite, 195.
Yes.
And we've just gone through this, a few minutes back
Yes.
in earlier testimony. And you can see here that we have mentioned here 2 checks, one from Launchpad and one from Velocity Impex of 150,000 each,
Yes.
without the beneficiary name, right, to be provided to Mr. Raju Makhijani, right?
Right.
And also one check, which will be from a company called Lugano, right?
Right.
So I'm just trying to refresh your memory that obviously why would Launchpad issue a check to be sent without the name of the beneficiary to say Mr. Raju Makhijani? Essentially, it must be for the purposes of raising money.
So whether it was related to raising the money or it was part of any transaction where Launchpad was one of the customers of Mehak, where they are making the payment post-dated checks, because in the normal scenario, this is what happens. Once you deliver the goods to the customer, then customer makes the post-dated checks. Instead of making the immediate payment, they pay post-dated checks, and those post-dated checks companies get discounted. But
Yeah.
it is part of the transaction which can happen between two companies. But I'm not the authority to say that, but this is what I know.
If I may kindly request you to kindly refer to the exhibit and please read it to yourself, and you will see that the way this has been addressed by you to Mr. Akash, it clearly explains the modus operandi of how checks are to be issued and how the money will be raised, which will be then used for early retirement of LTRs.
Yes. So this is the transaction between Mehak Gulf General Trading and Launchpad, and then this check was getting discounted.
That's what I meant. The check is discounted to raise money, right?
To raise,
and these are instructions which have been issued by yourself to Mr. Akash to provide these checks.
I'm not clear, sorry, come again.
This is an email which Mr. Gupta you have sent to Mr. Akash asking for these documents which include these checks to be provided.
Right.
So obviously you are only facilitating. I'm not saying that you are
Right.
running finances of these companies, but because you're a banker, I'm just simply asking that the purpose of such transaction was to raise money, and this
Yes.
fund will be utilized for early retirement of LTR, right?
Right. Right.
So would Launchpad issue any of such checks without the knowledge and understanding of what exactly that they are agreeing to do?
No, it cannot be.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
Mr. Kapoor,
Yes, please.
run up against the clock. Can we stop here and resume tomorrow? I have to go to an appointment.
I appreciate your lordship. I think it's fine because the place where I'm pausing is basically what I wanted to cover as far as some of the general operational matters in velocity is concerned. And I can take up from there tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll resume at 9 o'clock. Good for everyone tomorrow.
Yep.
It's 12 o'clock UAE time. And if you, Mr. Gupta, make sure you don't speak to anyone about the case in the meantime. And we'll resume then. If you can give some thought to providing me with a revised timetable, preferably agreed between you, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.